Ready. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Leslie Ann Samuel, and if you are watching on YouTube, you are here for the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force's 2021 Advancement in Education Summit. It is Tuesday, I have to check my calendar, June 29th. It is 1 o'clock, 1:07 p.m. in Jamaica, 2:07 on the East Coast, and much earlier in other parts of the world, and much later as well in others. We are delighted that you are here with us. We have a fabulous, informative, and inspiring afternoon planned for you. So get ready to enjoy, learn a few things, and be prepared for all that we have to learn and share. To begin, as we always do, with a bit of prayer, it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Donovan Wilson. Donovan is the Vice President of the Union of Jamaican Alumni Associations, USA, Inc., and the President of St. Elizabeth Technical High School, that's STETS, Alumni Association. He joined the Board of Directors of the Union of Jamaican Alumni Associations in 2015 and served as a director for 3 years before being elected as Vice President in 2018. Donovan is a travel supplier relations manager and a corporate transportation professional and has worked in the transportation industry for over 20 years. He is also a certified tax professional. Here to provide our invocation for today, Mr. Donovan Wilson.
Thank you very much, Leslie Ann. Before we pray, let me just say that it is unfortunate that we are not able to do this in person, because I certainly look forward to seeing everyone again. But I am very hopeful for next year. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, creator of all mankind, we come before you today with gratitude for your mercy and grace. We pause to give you thanks for the many blessings that you have given to us. As educators, we know we have a mandate to provide those we teach with the tools to go into life and do well. We have a duty to provide them with freedom of the mind and spirit, as only the educated are truly free. As we begin this journey of sharing and caring for our students and for each other, we ask that you give us the wisdom to listen and learn. We ask that you continue to bless us as you have throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. We ask that you strengthen our minds to stay focused on the task of educating our brothers and sisters from a very young age and through all stages of their lives. Hear our prayer, dear God, as we ask in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen and amen.
Amen and amen. Thank you so very much, Donovan. I appreciate that. I feel we have invited the good Lord to be with us, so all will certainly be well. To continue our morning or afternoon. I'd like to introduce Dr. Dwayne Dice, who is the chairman of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Taskforce. He attended Arbuthnot Gallimore High School in Alexandria, Jamaica. He holds a Doctor of Education degree in Leadership and Management from St. Thomas University in Miami, a Master of Arts degree in Educational Leadership, and a Master of Education degree in Teaching and Learning from St. Mary's University of Minnesota, as well as a Bachelor of Education degree from the Catholic College of Mandeville in Jamaica. In addition, he is a motivational speaker on issues relating to school and community partnership, innovative mindset, and educational leadership and culture, and is a published author of the book To Sing Again. Colleagues and students, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Dwayne Dice.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie Samuel, and welcome everybody. I want to say just a few little things about Ms. Samuel and the team. We have a very, very robust team, and it's comprised not just of me in terms of leadership of the Education Task Force, but also of Ms. Leslie Samuel, our vice chair of JDTAN as well, and she's also the president of UJA. Ms. Carleen Largy is the communication director of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force. And I'm telling you, if you have anybody like these two ladies on your team, you will climb a really, really high mountain, higher than Mount Everest, in terms of planning and execution of everything that you plan. Okay, it's very important that we get people of the stature of these fine ladies. I was gonna say young ladies, but they are young. They're very young. All right. I want to acknowledge the presence of or in maybe someone is standing in for the Minister of Education, Honorable Favor Williams. Dr. Grace McLean is acting permanent secretary of education. Mr. Joshua Gabriel, president of Jamaica Teachers Association, as well as other distinguished guests, our wonderful presenters for today and tomorrow and the next day. We want to welcome you all to the platform, as well as our own Mr. Leo Gillen, who is the chairman of the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network. He is a man of words and action right throughout all of these for many years, and many people have known Leo long before me as well, doing work in the diaspora. So I want to welcome everyone, distinguished guests, and everybody who is on the platform. Welcome. Okay. The theme for the conference, the summit, is teaching and learning reimagined. And when we were looking at this theme, we said, how can we look at the past, look at the present, COVID-19, and move into the future, propel ourselves into the future in terms of teaching and learning. And our planning team took on this theme, teaching and learning, reimagined and redefined. The theme is vast, and the topic is composed of many considerations and perspectives. But on the simple basis, it contains components of teacher quality educational strategies and the focal areas of student developmental changes. The influences of teaching and learning include community, environment, educational policy decisions, as well as parent involvement. As part of the process, it is very important to constantly work to build a culture of trust, leadership integrity, effective communication and decision-making procedures. It's very important, everyone, that you work together, from the diaspora to the local level, from the local level to the diaspora, in order to effect positive and long enduring changes in education. Teaching and learning reflects the nature of the person who teaches. And that is why teacher quality and professional development, as well as resources, are so important to the institution of education for our young people. We need to reimagine teaching and learning, not for the past, but for the ever-changing global landscape. We have to employ educational change agents and leaders who are always seers of what is to come. They are the ones who will help us realize the vision of Jamaica and the vision of the diaspora in terms of education. As we go through these 3 days, ladies and gentlemen, we are connecting with each other. We're connecting with learning. Let us reimagine education, and let us treat the institution of education as one that is of our legacy, knowing very well that we are masters of educational change for the good of our country and the diaspora, as well as the world at large. Let us reimagine teaching and learning. Thank you very much, and I will hand over back to Ms. Leslie Samuel, who is super capable of leading this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Dice, leading change so that we can create the legacy that we are interested in creating. Indeed. Thank you so very much for those inspiring words, Dr. Dice. So with us to bring greetings is someone who needs no introduction, but he is a native son of Orokabessa, St. Mary, and a musicologist extraordinaire, I like to call him. He has been a philanthropist for over 30 years. His desire to give forward to his island home led him to create the Jamaica Diaspora Taskforce Action Network, and before that, the Jamaica Diaspora Education Taskforce, from which we currently operate. To bring us greetings on behalf of JD Tan, our chairman, Mr. Leo Gilling.
Thank you so much, Leslie Ann, and also Dr. Dice, wonderful delivery. Thank you all for allowing me to be here today. Want to recognize the persons, Miss Leslie Ann Samuel, Vice Chair of the JD10, Vice Chair of the JDETF, Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force, and also the President of Union of Jamaica Alumni Association, an organization that needs no introduction. Also want to recognize Mr. Donovan Wilson, the Vice President of Union of Jamaica Alumni Association, Dr. Dwayne Dice, Mr. Jasper Gabriel from the Jamaica Teachers Association, and it seems like we have Miss Audrey Marks, the Ambassador to the United States from Jamaica. I want to say welcome everyone and thank you. I think it's in the best way to deliver what I'm about to say is to look at an overview of what the JDETF is. It started some 8 years ago, 2013 to be exact. And when 6 persons, including Lady Carleen Largy, got together on the phone just to sit down and talk about what is it that we can do to make a difference, because we've been doing a lot of things over the years as individuals and at 501c3 organizations. But what is it that the JDETF, what's the difference? And what we designed was an opportunity to go sit with teachers, sit with educators, find out what the gaps are, what the challenges are, and how we can best, from a diaspora perspective, infuse change and insert the resources that we have to make those changes. We sat down with about 500 teachers the first day on the first summit in 2014, and another 500 again another couple of days, and we tore a few schools in Kingston, especially special education and basic schools. Very, very intuitive, very, very informative tour that we had, and a great, successful first summit in 2014. Since then, we've had summits in 2016, 2018, 2019, 2020, and this our sixth installment of the Jamaica Diaspora Advancement in Education Summit is kicked off today. We are very happy. Since then, we have had partners in the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, partners in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, partners in Loma Linda University, Loma Linda University, La Sierra University, Broward College, Broward Schools, and many other partners that we have brought together to making the Jamaica Diaspora Education Taskforce the success that it has had. And so it was from the model of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Taskforce that the Jamaica Diaspora Taskforce Action Network was born. We now have over 13 such task forces in education, agriculture, health, behavioral health, arts and culture, technology and entrepreneurship, and all of the others. And it all started with the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force. I want to pay special tribute to a young lady who has been there from day one. Her name is Carleen Largy. She has never left it. I just looked at a couple of pictures the other day where we went to Jamaica. Thank you, Carleen Largy, for being there. And she has held onto the JDETF, and she is the JDETF. And so I just wanted to say thank you, Carleen. That's an overview I wanted to bring to you. And if you have any questions, trust me, Dr. Dwayne Dice, very capable young man, very energetic, and he's taken this baton and he's moved the needle forward. Thank you again. And thank you for having me today. Thank you.
We thank you, Leo. It's really, really wonderful having you to be a part of this, since you were the one that started it all and got us to this place. Here we are celebrating our 6th. So yes, we began by simply asking questions. You know, that is always the best way to engage, is don't presume that you know, but rather to simply ask questions and go from there. And that has brought us to this day. Here it is, doing our 6th education summit over the next 3 days. Thank you very much for that perspective, and glad that you could be with us, Leo. It is now my pleasure to introduce another person that needs no introduction, but for almost every education summit has joined us to lend her support and her kind words. She is the one and only Her Excellency Audrey Marks. She is Jamaica's 13th ambassador to the United States of America and the permanent representative of Jamaica to the Organization of American States. She created history by being the first Jamaican female ambassador to the USA, and also the first ambassador to be assigned to the post twice, having served in the same capacity from 2010 to 2012. Prior to assuming her ambassadorial role, Ambassador Marks founded Paymaster Jamaica Limited, an online paymaster system, which she conceptualized and started in 1997. A career entrepreneur, Ambassador Marks started and operated 6 previous businesses, including a 10-acre banana exporting farm, a transportation company, as well as a real estate sales and development company. She also operated a venture capital company with diverse investments, including manufacturing, travel, and entertainment. Since we are all about education, it's appropriate for me to share that Ambassador Marks holds a bachelor's and a master's degree in business administration from the University of the West Indies in Mona, Jamaica, and Nova University, Florida, respectively. Here to bring us greetings, a warm welcome to Ambassador Audrey Marks.
Madam Chair, it's a pleasure to see you again, and thank you for your warm introduction. It's actually 100 acres for the banana farm, not 10, but
we'll have to correct that.
So you know, you introduced me as a career entrepreneur. I'm feeling very nostalgic because I'm now feeling like a career diplomat. I think it's time for me to go back in business. When I listen to you, that's what I was thinking. But it's really such a pleasure to be here. And so let me greet Mr. Leo Gillins, I don't know how to describe Mr. Gillins. I think there's a what is it? It's like a battery when you keep going. I see Mr. Gillins in so many things. So Mr. Gillins, chair of the Jamaica Diaspora Taskforce, Task Action Network. Let me say greetings to you. Greetings to Dr. Dwayne Dice, chair of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force. And I don't know, I just came on, I don't know all the other distinguished guests that are on, so let me say greetings to all the distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. I'm wishing you a pleasant afternoon. It's always a delight for me to join you as we once again recognize this important occasion for the convening of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force sixth Advancement in Education Summit under the theme Teaching and Learning Reimagined. I commend the task force for the excellent work it has been doing in the education sector in Jamaica over the years. Your support has taken various forms, ranging from the provision of scholarships and training hundreds of teachers to forging strong partnerships with tertiary institutions in the US, which enhance the capacity of our education professionals and mobilize millions of dollars to enhance the infrastructure of early childhood institutions and primary schools across Jamaica. The task force has remained focused on assembling a global team of education professionals to provide tangible support that has a positive impact on the education sector in our beloved homeland. This is an ample testimony of the commitment of JDETF to expanding the diaspora partnership for education transformation. It is my hope that the task force will continue to deepen the current partnerships while exploring additional avenues for engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme, Teaching and Learning Reimagined, is quite opportune. The last year has been overshadowed by the COVID-19 pandemic, a phenomenon that has wreaked havoc on all of us, especially in the education sector. Many of our children have had to transition to remote learning. Regrettably, some have not been successful for various reasons, including lack of the requisite electronic devices and lack of internet access. So let me pause to just recognize again, Chair Leslie Ann Samuels and the entire team that have just been working on getting these devices to Jamaica. It is making a tremendous difference to the children. For many of our teachers, they have also been struggling to make the adjustment. I'm therefore very grateful for the relentless support of the various Jamaican diaspora organizations, which have been sacrificing their time and efforts in order to ensure that these needs are fulfilled as we continue to reimagine how to teach and learn in this new environment. As we continue the long and difficult journey towards achievement of economic growth and job creation in Jamaica, we recognize that one of the keys is having a highly educated and well-trained workforce. We must therefore continue to nurture the work of the task force, which is linked to the wider development agenda of the government of Jamaica, centered on the Vision 2030 Jamaica, National Development Plan, by which we intend to make Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. Let me conclude by again thanking JD10 Chairman, Mr. Leo Gillins, Vice Chair, Ms. Leslie Ann Samuels, the Chair of JDETF, Dr. Dwayne Dwight, and I see Mr. Samuel Nelson, and I think there are some other wonderful people, include Ms. Carlene Largy, which I'm not seeing that right now, but I know she's there. And let me thank all of you and the army of hardworking volunteers who have remained committed to fulfilling the vision and mandate of the task force over the years. On behalf of the government of Jamaica, thank you for all that you do and all you continue to do. It is really appreciated, and it's my pleasure to always support your work. Call on me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. It is always such a delight to have you, and we really do appreciate your support. We know that we can count on you, and it is very much respected and appreciated. We know you're busy, so thanks again so much.
My pleasure.
Okay, with that, I turn now to another really good friend of the JDETF, and that is Dr. Grace McLean, OD. Oh, JP, please forgive me, Dr. McLean, I missed some letters there. She joined the Ministry of Education in July 2009 as Deputy Chief Education Officer, was subsequently promoted to the post of Chief Education Officer, and in 2019 became the Permanent Secretary for Jamaica's Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. She attended Edwin Allen Comprehensive School in Clarendon. Woohoo! A trained teacher and human resource practitioner, Dr. McLean taught at St. Jago High School and served at the Heart Trust NTA for several years. Dr. McLean holds a doctorate in technical vocational education and training from the University of Technology, a Master's of Business Administration in Human Resource Management from the University of the West Indies, and a Bachelor of Science degree in Education and a diploma from the University of Technology as well. A dedicated educator and true friend, as I mentioned, of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force since our inception, to bring greetings on behalf of Minister Fayval Williams, Dr. Grace McLean.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Leslie Ann. Thank you for your kind introduction. Let me extend special appreciation and recognition to our hardworking ambassador, Audrey Marks. Let me also greet Leo Gillins, who has been on this program from its inception. Let me greet Carlene Largy, and of course, our new chairman of the Diaspora Education Task Force, Dr. Dwayne Dice, and all other distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are here with us this afternoon. So it is my honor and pleasure to extend greetings on behalf of the Honorable Fayval Williams, our Minister of Education, Youth and Information, at this year's Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force Summit. We meet once again in the virtual space amid the continuing challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic. We must acknowledge the mercies of God that have enabled us to be here and to continue our Minister of Education, Youth and Information at this year's Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force Summit. We meet once again in the virtual space amid the continuing challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think there is a re-recording that's going on. So I stopped a little. So let me continue and see what will happen, Leslie. We must acknowledge the mercies of God that have enabled us to be here and to continue to serve the Jamaican people. Our ministry has enjoyed a very good working relationship with the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force over the years, and your individual and collective responses to the call for support of the one laptop or tablet per child initiative over the past year and in so many other areas, I have to say it has been quite commendable and heartwarming. We are thankful for the support of the Jamaican diaspora community through charitable groups and alumni organizations to educational institutions, and we must urge you to continue to support education in Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, the ministry has responsibility for nearly 1,000 public schools across the island. We have varying infrastructure and human resources needs, but with the help of organizations such as yours and the work and generosity of individual members, many gaps have been narrowed over the years. Last year, this time, we were fine-tuning the education in emergencies policies as we tried to mitigate the spread and impact of the COVID-19 on our education sector. Many of our schools administrators responded admirably, and with the support of teachers and parents, we managed to ensure that our students were not left without any form of continuing education. And we did this within the context of providing supplies and materials for sanitation as per the guidelines of the health authorities. Since then, in response to the fluctuating numbers in the incidence of COVID-19 and in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, we have adjusted our schools' operations in terms of numbers of our students who are able to go face-to-face and especially to sit their exit examinations. So our students have just started writing their CSEC, CAPE, City and Guilds, and National Vocational Qualification of Jamaica examinations. Just about a little over a month, our students were able to sit one component of the primary exit profile, which will be utilized for their placement at the secondary level. So diaspora members, as we prepare for the upcoming school year in September optimistically, we do so mindful of the fact that COVID-19 is still with us. That means while we are hopeful that the numbers will continue to fall, allowing for more wide-scale reopening of face-to-face teaching and learning, we still have to consider continuing with the mixed modalities of online and in-person learning. It's against this background, Dr. Dice, that I welcome your theme, Teaching and Learning Reimagined. While the push for greater use of information communication technology has been on the public agenda for a number of years, the past year has pushed us all to embrace this as an imperative for which we still and will have to continue to use for a very long time. Not only have our students and teachers had to familiarize themselves with the online learning space, we also had to re-examine and reassess how our students learn and how flexible and adaptable the system at the Central Ministry can be so that we can meet the needs of the contemporary realities. Ladies and gentlemen, many have embraced these changes enthusiastically. Others are still tentative. Yet, given all that is happening in the world, everyone is being forced to learn new things, to repackage the familiar, and to find new and creative ways to engage in this business of education. We are being challenged not only to ensure that our students receive the curriculum content, but also looking at the how-to of teaching and learning in the current era. For a while, it has been obviously important to have the most up-to-date equipment and devices. There is still the imperative of employing sound pedagogical practices, but I must say, ladies and gentlemen, we have come a long way in building the capacity within our teachers to be able to utilize the technology within the teaching learning process. And I dare say there is much more to come. How we teach our children do work collaboratively on what would normally be practical, hands-on projects when they may be miles apart from each other are among the issues being explored by educators globally. Therefore, even as we take steps to make instructional technologies more accessible to students and home spaces and to increase digital literacy, we are still being challenged to make remote learning more relatable and still student-centered. Many creative practices, ladies and gentlemen, are already being employed, and yet we do know the dangers of the one-size-fits-all approach to teaching. So we know that we still have to be very careful, and we have to study contextually what happens in different parts of Jamaica and try to apply in the best interest of the learning of our students. The challenges faced by educational administrators, therefore, in the government bureaucracy and in schools demand a host of well-crafted policies and programs to ensure that all citizens can have access, can learn, and can build skills throughout their lives. This calls for the mobilization of expertise and collaboration. To achieve this objective, we must work together to find creative ways to prepare for the still unclear future. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it is with these few words that I extend on behalf of our minister my sincere appreciation and commendations to the Jamaica Education Diaspora Taskforce, who, despite all the challenges and issues that we have experienced over the last 13 months or 14 months or so, you have still remained as a group supporting education in Jamaica. The Ministry of Education will continue to work with you, will continue to support your programs, and will continue to provide that avenue through which you can provide continuous support in whatever way it is possible to the students of the education system who are our children, and of course, importantly, the support and capacity development of our teachers. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish for you an excellent summit, and I just encourage you to keep up the good work, and may God continue to bless you all.
Ooh, awesome. Thank you so very much, Dr. McLean. As always, your words are just right on point. And you are right. Change is now a part of our lives, and we're all still learning and growing with each new day. And please know, I will say on behalf of JD Tan, I think I will take some liberties here, as well as Dr. Dice, and certainly Joe. We are here for the long term. This is not an injection, okay? So know that you can continue to count on us as we go forward together, because we're gonna make this work for our children. That's the bottom line, right? Thanks again so much. Appreciate having you with us. Okay, is Is Mr. Gabriel with us? I think he is. Yes, indeed.
Very much.
Okay, with that, let me introduce our next presenter here, who I am so delighted is with us. I apologize about the time mix-up. You know how that goes. You all need to fix your time.
Yes, yes.
And be on Eastern time. Okay.
Yes, yes.
The president of the Jamaica Teachers Association for 2020 is the one and only Mr. Jasper Gabriel. He has been a member of the JTA since 1988, was born in Clarendon and a proud alum also of Edwin Allen High School. There's something going on there, I think. He has been a member of the Manchester High School family since 1998, and since 2006 has been their principal. He holds several degrees, including a Master of Arts degree in Educational Administration from Northern Caribbean University in Manchester. He has received many awards for his leadership and service to his community and the JTA. Desirous to facilitate improvement in the working conditions and standard of education across all levels in the Jamaican education system, President Gabriel is guided by the philosophy, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Amen. Welcome, Mr. Gabriel. Thank you so much for being with us.
My pleasure. Miss Leslie and Samuel, the one and only, our chair and president of the Union of Jamaica Alumni Associations and vice chair of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Taskforce. I greet President Dr. Dwayne Dice, chair for the Jamaica Diaspora Education Taskforce. Miss Caroline Largy, communications director for the Jamaica Diaspora Education Taskforce. Mr. Leo Gillen, chairman for the JDTN. Ambassador Audrey Marks, the Honorable Fable Williams, Minister of Education, Youth and Information, Dr. Grace McLean, Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. And we are from a place that we say transiamus in exemplum, that's the great Edwin Allen High School. Distinguished leaders, members of the Jamaica Teachers Association, school administrators, teachers, special guests, other attendees. Certainly as president, I have cherished the journey and will continue to do that going into the future. The journey and the partnership with the Jamaica Diaspora Education Taskforce. It has been mutually beneficial, and right at the get-go, I want to offer special commendations to our National Early Childhood Chair, Roy Main Robinson, who has been like the glue connecting the association with the diaspora in so many uplifting and engaging activities. It was Alvin Toffler, who obviously was way ahead of his time because he was born in 1928. Futurist, writer, businessman. That's almost 100 years ago since he was born. But he said, the literates of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And thanks to the Jamaica Diaspora Education Taskforce for the sterling contribution you have been making to the Jamaica education system. This summit is yet another example of your commitment to moving the Jamaican education system towards the goals of Vision 2030. I propose a toast to the various diaspora groups who have been relentless in the fight to remove illiteracy while paving our way towards our people adjusting to the rigor and demands of the new digitized society. As an association, I am really encouraged to see the areas that are targeted for this summit. These are areas on the very cutting edge of transformation and certainly has as its basis the reimagination of teaching and learning in the 21st century. I'm talking about areas such as treating with the health issues that are so prevalent and mental health challenges in the classroom, Not forgetting our special needs children who have to be specially catered to. Education policy, as we all have to be pivoting and making the necessary changes and adjustments to treat with the changing dynamics of the times. Student mentoring. Mentoring for our school administrators and teachers. Change management, reflective supervision, inclusive leadership. Commendations to the task force. This is really insightful. The Jamaica Teachers Association is privileged to have you as one of our partners. And I know that the way is only up, up, and further from here on. God bless you as we continue to unite and serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gabriel, as always, so very eloquent. We are delighted to provide this diverse program, as you mentioned. You know, education is not just about science and technology. It's not just about reading and writing. It's about taking care of the whole student, right? Whole person. So as we think about teaching and learning reimagined, we really did try our best to provide a wholesome approach to the information that we shared. So let's hope that we succeed, all right? So, thanks again so
That's more than trying.
Yes, thanks again so much for joining us to get our session rolling. So, as Mr. Gabriel mentioned, and as I just did as well, we have a diverse program mentioned. Our presenters are here on Zoom, and all of you out there on YouTube land. We encourage you to share the link with all of your friends and colleagues, and to engage in the chat. We have several folks who will be monitoring that chat, and we'll be bringing your questions and comments back to the presenters over the next couple of hours. So we will be here until at least 5 o'clock Jamaica time, 6 o'clock Eastern time. But we're gonna make this work. We are running a little bit behind schedule, but that's okay. This is normal. We know how to deal with this. Okay. So with that, let's jump in feet first with our first presenter for the summit content, if you will, in a topic with the title Mindfulness. Dr. Noel Gordon attended What Town Primary School, Homewood Technical High School, the Jamaica School of Agriculture, JSA, and the University of the West Indies before migrating to the USA. He holds a master's degree in human resources, organizational development, a second master's degree in administration and supervision, and a doctoral degree in educational leadership. Dr. Noel Gordon is also an educational consultant who is the founder and CEO of Human Resources Initiatives Consulting Services, a human development speakers bureau that facilitates conferences, workshops, seminars, and motivational speeches. To give our summit its first kickstart, we'll call it, please join me in welcoming Dr. Noel Gordon with the theme Mindfulness. Take it away, Dr. Gordon.
Thank you so very kindly, Leslie and my friend, and Leah Gillens and Dr. Dice, and just about everyone. All protocol is observed. In the interest of time, I have 30 minutes, so I'll just go directly to my presentation. Thank you for having me, and I'd like to share my screen if you don't mind, if I have that. So my presentation, and let me just set my clock so that I'll have, okay, I think I know 25 after I should be done. I'd like to speak with you on the topic of mindfulness, and my objective today, two objectives. One is to provide an overview of mindfulness as both a personal practice and a classroom methodology that aligns with such educational models as social emotional learning. And secondly, to provide insights into an approach that provides an accessible pathway for educators to bring mindfulness curriculum to their classrooms. And there are three focus areas that I'd like to address today. And the first one is a mindfulness overview. In a previous presentation, I delved into the topic, but I'd like to go over a few of these in the interest of those who need a refresher. And I'll also deal with mindfulness curriculum and then mindfulness as a teaching and learning strategy. Okay, so learning life skills, including how to deal with yourself. Some of us, we don't necessarily know how to deal with our own circumstances, but this helps us in that way, and how to deal with others and to deal with relationships and work in an effective manner. And in dealing with oneself, SEL helps in recognizing our emotions and learning how to manage these feelings. And all of us need a little help in that area. I'm the first one to raise my hand in that regard. So social emotional learning is the process through which individuals understand and manage their emotions, set and achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others, and establish and maintain positive relationships, and to make responsible decisions. Now, I have adopted the KSEL definition of social emotional learning, and I have sort of incorporated them in my rhetoric as I use this social emotional learning initiative in whatever area that I'm able to use it in. So KSELs really mean collaborative for academic, social, and emotional learning. And the definition for social emotional learning from KSEL is that social and emotional learning enhances students' capacity to integrate skills, attitudes, and behavior to deal effectively and ethically with their daily tasks and challenges. So it's not just effectively, but ethically. Ethics is very important. Like many similar frameworks, KSEL integrated framework promotes interpersonal, intrapersonal, and cognitive competence. And there are 5 core competencies that KSEL spoke about, and they are as follows: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. I won't delve into these at a subsequent interval. We can probably just address these in detail, but these are the competencies that we attempt to teach, not just our students, but also as adults, we need that. Having said that about social emotional learning, what is mindfulness anyway? What is mindfulness? You know, we use all these terms in different eras, and some terms come, some go. And sometimes when you try to figure out what does this mean, it's something that we're familiar with. What we're talking about today, you're somewhat familiar with it, but we want to put some focus on some intentionality towards it. So mindfulness is a way of learning to relate directly to whatever is happening in your life so that you can experience a greater energy, greater liveliness and well-being in the present moment. We tend to look towards the future. Tomorrow, things will be better. And tomorrow comes and you say the other day something will be better. But we have to start living in the moment. We have to start cherish the moments. We said in the old school that you stop and smell the roses. This is the only time you have at your disposal, this very moment, whether you're 10 years old or you're 100 years old, all you have is today. So let's just maximize the moment. Let's live in the moment. And that's what mindfulness is about. Smell the roses and enjoy the moment. Mindfulness is the psychological process of purposefully bringing one's attention to experiences occurring in the present moment without judgment. And that is very crucial. Don't judge your circumstances, you know, don't be so hard on yourself. We develop this through prayer, meditation, and other trainings. And a little bit more about mindfulness. As we become more aware of our thoughts and our feelings, perceptions and sensations through mindfulness practice, we increase our own self-awareness. And similarly, by using mindfulness strategies to cope with strong emotions, by seeing them in perspectives, okay, we will improve our self-management skills, because at times we do have some strong emotions, but we are in a position, if we're familiar with the mindfulness concepts, we'll be able to deal with these strong emotions in a very positive way. So let's look at the benefits of mindfulness. And manage stress anxiety. Helps us to manage our stress and our anxiety. It strengthens cognitive and mental health, and help us to focus our attention more on what we need to focus it on. It helps us to model compassion and kindness, and that is such a necessary skill set that we need in these trying times in our society. It helps us to cultivate awareness and balance. It helps us to foster empathy and connection. And we have so much going on in our society. Narcissism has taken over. If you do a research on narcissism, you'll see that it's become an epidemic, and many people are hurt as a result of the activities of narcissists. So we need to learn how to foster empathy and connection and grow in resilience, grow in our ability to roll with the punches and deal with our circumstances. So one of the things that we have to do as educators, in addition to the math and the English and the science and the social studies, we have to sort of incorporate a trauma-informed instruction. We need to get that in our rhetoric, and we need to incorporate that in our instructional delivery. So trauma is a psychological and physiological response to any deeply setting or threatening situation. So it impacts our mind and it impacts our body. And these situations can range from the COVID situation. I can tell you that I have to get up every day and I have to fight because if I'm not careful, then I'll be bogged down by what COVID has brought on us. I go to the park, I go by the river, I do whatever I can do to see if I can maintain my mental sanity. So these situations, it range from COVID to family dysfunction to child abuse, and it could be a car wreck that you've been in. It impacts you. And so ongoing adversity, such as discrimination, bullying, poverty, which we are faced with in the third world, community violence, they can to us. Now, so we have to take a trauma-informed social emotional learning as we try to build these skill sets in our children and also in our teachers and staff. We have to make sure that we become acutely aware that there are many people who have been exposed to traumatic situations, and the informed approach to social emotional learning requires partnerships with our community resources, our churches, our counselors, our healthcare workers, etc. And we have to make sure that we engage the village. It takes a village to raise our kids. It cannot just be done by the teachers and in the classroom setting. We have to engage all these trusted professional organizations to help us in dealing with what is transpiring within our society and our communities. So talking about a trauma-informed approach to education, the brain is impressionable, and research informs us that positive reciprocal behaviors can be explicitly taught and encouraged. So if we model positivity, then it can be reciprocated back to us. Therefore, we have to make sure that we are very much intentional and don't just expect it to happen, because not everyone gain these skill sets as they grow up in their microenvironment. We have to make sure that we teach this to our children, because they are the ones who are growing up fast, and they will come to either impact our society positively or negatively. So one more point on trauma-informed education. So trauma-informed approach to educational leadership. And this is for our educational leaders, our principals, our supervisors, our departmental chairs. Trauma-informed leadership builds positive relationships among members of the professional learning community. So we have to understand, there's a scripture that says the letter killeth, but the spirit giveth life. We have to use more spirit than letter these days. I'm not talking about compromising, and there are things that has legal implications. We have to deal with it, but why we have to be so hard, and I'm the leader, and we write up people, and we have to sort of create that amicable environment, positive relationships, especially in the times that we're living in. And these relationships are even more important for those who are experiencing trauma. Just recently, I did a teacher observation, and right after the observation, before we closed out, I think it was a post-observation, and the teacher started sharing with me that she had such challenging situations, medical issues in her home with her significant others, and she even shed a tear, and I was able to accommodate her. Even though I was doing observation, I took the time to listen to what she had to say. So having given you that background and on mindfulness and social emotional learning and trauma education, let's take a look at how to incorporate mindfulness. How can mindfulness be infused in our curriculum in education? How can we purposefully apply mindfulness in our curriculum? Lessons unfold in a progression that supports students in cultivating a mindfulness awareness and utilizing mindfulness practices in a variety of contexts. So you're talking about the intentionality. The teacher goes into the classroom not just to teach math, English, science, and social studies, but you're concerned about the social skills. And it's okay for you to put the Pythagoras theorem down for a moment and have a conversation with your students. I mentioned this in almost all of my mindfulness presentations that my math teacher in Homewood Technical High School, Mr. Wilson, I don't remember the math equations that he taught me, but I remember those sessions when he would put the math instruction down and he would have a one-on-one conversation with us. And he would tell us about life. You know what I'm talking about? So we have to just get away from just the math and the English and science, just have conversations. That's how you build relationship with your students. And also that will also impact your classroom management also, because if they learn to trust you, then they will listen to you. Okay, so what are the goals of each mindfulness lesson? Number one, to articulate the relevance of mindfulness for students and help them to make connections about how they might use mindfulness in their daily lives. You know, sometimes the math is abstract and the science is abstract, but when you can talk to them about something that they can actually go out and apply to their daily lives, certain principles, for instance, using the I messages, instead of blaming someone, hey, you make me feel bad, you can say, as a result of your action, I'm feeling bad, so I own my feeling. And then you'll be shocked to know how much the I message can really de-escalate the situation. So that is one of the first things. The teacher has to be intentional in showing that you teach them skills that they can utilize on the playing field, to provide basic instructions and support to empower students in their capacity for self-awareness and self-regulation, that they believe in themselves, know who they are. I like my flat nose. I like my melanin skin. I like my browning appearance, whatever it might be, self-awareness and self-regulation, so that you count to 10. I'm telling you, what we talk about here is things that we've been doing. You count to 10 before you act. So you tell them that they should not be so impulsive to respond just on a whim, okay? And number 3, to provide time for direct experience with mindfulness through formal practice, so you can have a lesson where you have a role playing and let them build up a scenario and have them resolve it like a conflict resolution session. These are some of the things that we need to incorporate and create emotional safety sufficient for students to share and explore the inner experience. We have to create that environment within the classroom setting, because sometimes it's not available at home. So we create that environment where they feel safe. Gone are the days when it's said that children must be heard and not to talk. We have to give them an opportunity to express how they feel. Now, I'm going to take a moment because I want to start to talk about the framework that inform the approach in designing and delivering educated training and mindfulness curriculum. And this is something that I know that we can really use to enhance our craft, even in Jamaica. If we incorporate a mindfulness curriculum, there are 4 branches, an embodied approach. I'm going to read this because it is so significant. Both teacher, the embodied approach, both teacher and student explore the dynamic real-time awareness of the inner experiences and their thoughts. So in other words, you're going to deal with something that's happening in the classroom right away. Maybe there was a fight on the playing field. They get back in the classroom, temperature is hot, and people are upset with one another. You capitalize on that opportunity. That's the embodied approach, you know, and how these experiences impact on or felt in the body, and how they're impacting you. How can you respond to them? So that's the embodied approach. And then you have the culturally sustaining pedagogy. Lessons are designed with what students already know, to meet students where they are and to center students' cultural lived experience that's helping teachers to foster a sense of belonging and agency. Now, listen, I was at a workshop at NYU Columbia. I don't remember. It was a leadership conference, education leadership, and the topic was examining students' work. And it's so interesting that we were not supposed to judge whatever the student presented. We were supposed to look at the work. Even if the answer was wrong, we have to take a look at what the student presented and make meaning of it and start with the student reality and build on that. And it was such an eye-opening experience for us. You know, it's not just 1 + 1 = 2. The student put 1 + 1 = 10. Let the student explain to you how he or she was able to rationalize that. So culturally sustaining pedagogy, where you actually deal with them from where they are with their reality. And then the constructivist approach. I'm a constructivist. And about there was a constructivist. Gone are the days when the brain was the funnel and you as a teacher, you just pour the knowledge down into the child's brain. Inherent in this child's mind is the ability to excel, you know, moving away from the ability paradigm to the effort paradigm. The ability paradigm is that you were born smart. The effort paradigm says all children can learn, and we bring out the learning and the knowledge that's already in the student. So the teacher facilitates an experience where students can learn and discover through personal inquiry and exploration. And this is something that we have to do, especially in social studies classroom. With the Floyd situation that happened in the United States, drop the Christopher Columbus discovering Jamaica and talk about Floyd and talk about how a society operates and perceptions and prejudices and incorporate that into your social studies lesson. That's mindfulness. And then the last one is critical pedagogy. The teacher supports the students in understanding their own lived experiences, examining power dynamics and systems oppression, and fostering individual and collective agency, empowerment, and action. Now, I want to say this in a nutshell. It's all about understanding politics. You know, I was a teacher in a school in Paterson, New Jersey, and my supervisor, Miss Gloria Taylor, I was having a conversation with her, and I said, I don't believe in politics. You know, I forget politics. You know, I do my thing. I don't kiss up to anybody. And Miss Taylor stopped me and said, no, there's good politics and there's bad politics. We have to teach our children that sometimes you have to be diplomatic. You don't have to always speak what's on your mind. Sometimes you have to step back. Sometimes you have to roll with the punches, et cetera, et cetera. And this is what is critical pedagogy is, where you examine the power dynamics and system oppression. We have to teach these skills. If we want to change our society, we can't just do the math, English, science. Do you know a CEO or a president or principal or somebody or a supervisor who's just totally obnoxious? They have the knowledge and they're able, you know, they have the degrees behind their backs, but they're just nasty. They always getting into problem. They talk down to people and that's what we're talking about. We don't want to develop a society because your bad attitude can impact so many other people, the collateral damages that they can cause. So we have to teach right there in the classroom setting so that for the future, our students can go out there and create an amicable society. So next thing I want to touch on, as time is moving away from me, mindfulness teaching strategies. Mindfulness teaching strategies and techniques to cultivate emotion and attention regulation skills. Emotion and attention regulation skills. Do you know why so many of our young people are locked up in jail or they're dead now? Is because they weren't able to regulate their emotion. We have to teach them how to resolve. We have to teach them the fight, flight, resolution concept. You don't run away from the situation. You don't have to fight, but you should seek to resolve your situation. So this is mindfulness. Listen, we are saving our society. If we incorporate mindfulness in our curriculum in a very intentional way, then our society will change. Society we don't really necessarily need more resources. What we need is a reallocation of resources, because it's not so much the extrinsic factors, it's more so the intrinsic factors that impact learning and impact behavior. If we can impact the behavior, the way of looking on things, way of resolving things, then it will impact so many other things. So mindfulness teaches strategies and techniques to cultivate emotion and attention regulation skills, giving students a solid foundation that makes it possible to effectively engage both emotional learning and academic learning. So you see the collateral benefit here. If you can have a proper classroom, climate and culture, then you will have a classroom that's conducive to teaching and learning. So it goes hand in hand. We cannot neglect one and focus on the other. We have to make sure that we incorporate this. And then mindfulness and social emotional learning. We talk about SEL, social emotional learning. So in order for self-regulation techniques, how to conduct yourself, how to step back, how to count to 10, in order for self-regulation techniques to work in stressful situations. They can work when things are calm, but when the blood is running hot, it's a little different, man. If you have ever been there, I've been there, where you just feel like, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to maintain your composure in those settings. But this is what mindfulness and social emotional learning does. There must be practice when the system is more relaxed and at ease. In other words, we have to be proactive. Don't wait until there's a conflict that you teach kids how to resolve conflicts. Build the skill sets within them when there's no issue, so that when the issues come about, they can apply what they have learned. And in addition to the curriculum, mindfulness can be an integral part of the school day and classroom culture, giving students many opportunities to practice these simple yet powerful strategies throughout the day. I remember as a guidance counselor in a school in Patterson, New Jersey, I brought in someone from the community. Her name was Miss Commodore Parks, and she came in from the prosecutor's office. And I think she spent about a month in our school, and we inundated our students with the skill set, how you resolve conflicts and peer mediation, etc. And it changed the culture of the institution, changed the culture. Now, this is what I'm saying, the mindfulness curriculum. Let us incorporate these things and let them be things that resonate throughout the school system, not just operating as silos of one school is doing it and another school is not, but that our school system able to be purposeful in incorporating these things. And with these fundamental skills, students can then start to effectively engage in social, emotional, and academic learning. Sometimes we focus so much on the academics, but we cannot deliver the instruction if the classroom environment is not conducive to teaching and learning. So it's not a waste of time to have guidance counselors and have social workers and psychologists and whatever who are able to help us with these skill sets. We have to see the value of these things. Now, mindfulness and social emotional learning continues. States of stress, reactivity, or conflict can inhibit functioning in critical parts of the brain, making it challenging to access social, emotional, relational, and critical thinking skills. So it's not just extrinsic, as I said to you, but when we are inundated with stress and fights and conflicts, it does impact our brain. It's not just the drugs that impact the brain, but these sort of dysfunctionalities also impact the brain and impact teaching and learning. And in order to be able to learn effectively and engage and connect with others, we need strategies to regulate our attention and emotional systems. And this is what I'm talking about right here. This is mindfulness. This is what we should be intentional about in making sure that we get this into our students' behavioral system. And most adults and children, when I was starting preparing this point really tickled me, because it's the truth. Most adults and children experience various levels of social dysregulation in their nervous systems and throughout the day. Things happen at home, things happen at work, things happen, you drive your car down the road, someone almost run you off the street, something gets off in you get to work, you take it out on your co-worker, things aren't much work, you go home, you take it out on the children. These things happen, this regulation. So whether caused by minor distraction or stressors or more pervasive and persistent trauma, these are things we have to be mindful of. Now, let me see if I can link social emotional learning and mindfulness. Social emotional learning encourages students to stop or calm down before acting, but not explicitly teach concrete skills for their critical first steps. But mindfulness, on the other hand, is a critical missing ingredient that empowers students to shift gears in the brain and nervous systems and bring their executive function back online. So social emotional learning, that sometimes is a response to the situation, but mindfulness actually provide you with the skills to address your situation, to be proactive. I have about 3 or 4 minutes left. Let me just finish this out with you. So I want to address something that I would love to see. And I believe that we have it in our school system in Jamaica, but I'd like to see us focus a little bit more on this. It is a phenomenon that we are focusing on here in the United States of America. It's a multi-tiered support services, the multi-tiered support services approach to teaching and learning. A multi-tiered system of supports provides a basis for understanding how we can work together to ensure equitable access and opportunity for all students to achieve the learning standards, okay? So to achieve the learning standard, we have to focus on multi-tiered support services. And multi-tiered support services includes response to instruction and intervention, as well as additional distinct philosophies and concepts. What do I mean here? RTI is really response to intervention, meaning your students has a problem in math, English, science, and social studies. So what you do, you bring a team together and you analyze. You look at the students' records. You look at the data and you come up with a plan to address the academic aspect of the student. But we don't pay attention to the other aspects. So what multi-tiered support service is really saying is that it's not just a response to intervention, but there are other additional distinct philosophies and concepts that we have to incorporate. Now, a multi-tiered support services approach to teaching and learning meaning basically aligning the entire system of initiatives, supports, and resources, aligning everything, not just the math and the English, but also taking care of the other social concerns, promoting school systems, participation in identifying and supporting systems of alignment of resources as well, not just at the Department of Education level, but at the school level and at the grade level. So everybody is speaking the same language. It resonates throughout the entire system. It's a reculturing. We're thinking about mindfulness. It's not just the math, I kept saying that, not just the English, but also the other issues. And systemically addressing support for students, including gifted and high achieving students. I want to touch on that because sometimes, we focus on the students who are struggling and we neglect the students who are doing very well. So we need to also focus on them, right? A framework of academic and behavioral support and interventions to improve student achievement. And I'll close out with this one. This is like a whole day workshop. I'm giving you in 30 minutes, so you have to bear with me. I know it's going at lightning speed, but I hope I didn't I didn't go too fast. So I'm closing out with this. A multi-tiered support services in response to intervention system is a mindfulness approach, not just response to intervention, not just focusing on the math, on the English, on the high test scores, but taking care of the holistic approach. So multi-tier support services enables a paradigm shift for providing support and setting high expectations for all students. And how would you do this? Through intentional design. Hear me, educators, intentional design and redesign of integrated services and supports, rather than just selecting a few components of RTI and intense intervention. We're going to do well on the math, we're going to do well on the English. But let us reculture our schools, let us reculture education. And if we're able to incorporate some of these skills into our activities, then I believe that we can enhance the great work that we're doing in education in Jamaica and across the world. Thank you so much. I think I did 25 minutes. I think I went a minute over. Thank you, Leslie.
Not a problem, Dr. Gordon. I know we can feel your passion every time you talk about this subject, and we're just right in there with you. So thank you so very much for this session. Lots of things that I want to say, but let me close with this. I think we have a workshop that we need to do, okay, on that multi-tiered system of support services, to actually talk about how we do that design and redesign and integrate mindfulness into everything that we do. You are correct. We are really good at the math and the English and, on the individual subjects, but integrating it into a wholesome way of caring for our children and our students at the same time, meeting them where they are, makes all of those subjects now more relevant. Am I right? Did I get it?
You got it.
So let's plan on that, Dr. Gordon. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for Q&A. I checked before you were completed, and I heard that the comments were fabulous out on YouTube, but no questions. But if any surface, we'll certainly pass them on to you. So thank you so very much for sharing your wisdom with us. And I am sure that all of our participants took something away from your presentation. So thank you so very much again. So with that, we pivot, as we like to use that word now, right? These days we pivot, right, to our next presentation. And that is from a gentleman by the name of Samuel Nelson. He is the co-founder of Practical Learning Solutions. He began his career as an engineer at British Telecom in London. Similar background as I have, Mr. Nelson. He subsequently obtained a degree in education from Christ Church College, the University of Kent, and went on to obtain a Master of Arts in Leadership and Management Practices from Lancaster University Management School. Samuel has over 20 years teaching and leadership experience in the UK and the Middle East. His expertise is in additional learning support and special education needs. His most notable work was his 12 years tenure at Waltham Forest College in curriculum management, and a further 13 months as head of department Ormiston, you'll have to correct me on that, Park Academy in the UK. In addition, Samuel gained international experience working as an English teacher in the United Arab Emirates, where I have the pleasure of meeting him. During his tenure, he progressed to acting vice principal and successfully led the school through the inspection process. Here to talk with us about practical learning solutions, doing what makes sense, the one and only Mr. Samuel Nelson. Welcome.
Oh, thank you, Leslie. Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, and to our Excellency, thank you for being on board. Thank you, Mr. Leo Gillens. Thank you, Dr. Dice, for inviting me today. And I must say, I must add, I'm a son of the soil. I was born in Clarendon, so my colleagues from Edward Hallin, welcome. I'm a Clarendonian, born on the hills of the Bullet Mountains in Jamaica. Spent most of my formative years there. I left in 1974 to join my my parents in the United Kingdom, and I've been here since. How did I get here today? As Leslie Ann said, you know, I spent 7 years in the UAE as a teacher, and in 2016, I met a group of Jamaican professionals, and the meeting was just to give back to Jamaica. That was the message I received. Our first meeting culminated in us saying we need to do more than just giving back. So following meetings followed, and we then came up with the Jamaican Middle East Diaspora group, which was formed, as I said, in 2016. We actually met Leslie Ann, I think it's 2018 maybe, when she came and visited us. We hosted the group. Currently, we became also a member of JD Tan, or a partnership. We signed a partnership agreement with JD Tan in 2017 through Mr. Dice's interactions with us. So today we have, I think we have on site as well, our JMED Education Task Force Director, Dr. Miguel. I suppose we'll be hearing from him later. So as was said by our first earlier speaker, you know, we have 30 minutes. I'm gonna try and keep to it, I hope. And so I too would like to share my screen at this time with you. And so let me go ahead and do that. Come on, will you share now? Come on, share, okay. Here we go, yes, so thank you. I'm gonna go back because I think I'm in the wrong place. Okay, thank you. So practical learning solutions, doing what makes sense. How did practical learning solutions came about? It was conceived in 2013. And then I left the UK and I put it to rest for a while because I was doing something else, but it was conceived then. And at the conception, what the idea behind that was I was doing a lot of work with young people who were disaffected with school and education. They were classed as special needs. Many of them weren't students with special needs. It's just that they were misunderstood, I think. So in my head, I thought, how can we have some practical solutions to some of these problems that we're having? We have children who are not coping in compulsory education, so they were sent into a post-compulsory. And here we are in a classroom in a college with learners who should be in a school and doing the same thing, maths, English, as the previous speaker alluded to, that we are excellent in the maths and the English and the science, but there's something missing. So that's where practical learning solution came about. I wanted some practical solutions to the problem. Yes, it must involve education because that's what we do, but how can we make it more practical? And so, and that started. So in 2019, a colleague, Marcia Clark, and myself, who was also the General Secretary for JMED, we were talking about our next steps because we were about to leave the UAE and we're thinking, what can we do? How can we move forward together? And I mooted the idea of practical learning solutions to her, and she liked it. So we put a plan together. And so today, what I want to do is to briefly talk to you about practical learning solutions, doing what makes sense, and hopefully share with you where we've been, where we are at the moment, and where we're hoping to go in the future. So let me just quickly move on to my presentation. So if we move on to slide 2. So as I said, we have 3 directors. Practical Learning Solution is actually a registered company in the United Kingdom with Companies House here. It's a legal entity. Our directors are myself, Marcia Clark, and Denisha. Oh, where is she? Oh, my dear. Sorry, my dear Denisha. Denisha Fraser from Jamaica is also one of our directors. She is a master's teacher in Jamaica. My objective today is to give a brief overview of the company, service and products that we provide, and the countries we serve. Where can you find us? We're going to talk about some of the current courses under part 2, actually. It will come under part 2 with the new projects that we are doing at the moment. So, okay, so our vision is to become an educational service catering to the ever-changing and developing educational sector. And as alluded to by the topic that we're exploring today, we have to, and we do live in a changing and developing sector. So we have to move with the times. In terms of practical learning solutions, as I said, it was how do we do what we do, but differently and effectively. So our mission, a practical learning solution, is dedicated to providing exemplary services in education and training through lifelong partnerships. We'll come on to some of the partnerships later that we have actually going through at the moment. Our core values is diversity, integrity, accountability, fairness, and lifelong learning. And most of what we are doing, we are trying to not to overlook those people who were disaffected with education for one thing or the other. As it was said earlier, my work has been in additional learning support, special education needs, and many of those people that I have met along my journey are people who, for some reason, may have missed opportunities. And what practical learning solution is hoping to do is to re-engage those people. Okay, so what do we provide? We started out providing webinars and online self-paced courses. Now, this is the major part of what we do, online self-paced courses, and I will get into that more later. We do also a lot of face-to-face presentation and tutoring. Of course, in the climate that we're in, a lot of face-to-face presentations are not possible. So the online self-paced courses, online the webinars are quite fruitful at this point. Practical learning solution certificates. So if any learner who participates in any of our CPD courses, which we will come to later, will receive a valid certificate from our partnership company in the United Kingdom, the certified CPD that can be used anywhere in the world. They are nationally recognized certificates. Countries we have operated in and served. So we operate globally, and therefore our reach and partnerships spread to the UAE, India, Jamaica, and the United Kingdom. So for example, in the UAE, where we were, that's where we were really born as a business. We had many partners in the UAE who we've worked with, and most of our work was accomplished there. We have partners in India, so we're working in partnership in India. Jamaica is very special to us, as the 3 directors are Jamaican, and we are really thinking about how we can be partners to Jamaican education? How can we develop? And so with in part 2, I will share with you particularly pieces of work that we've done with Jamaican students, Jamaican learners, and we're hoping to do. I am based in the United Kingdom, of course, and my 2 colleagues are based in Jamaica. So where can you find us? Of course, you can find us on Facebook at PLS Global UK or at www.plsglobal3.com. I would like you to please follow us at the website, because a lot of what I may allude to but not cover will be found on the website. I'm racing through this part because I'm really interested in part 2, because I'm speaking to particularly a Jamaican audience, and I really want to share some of the plans we have in mind. So please remember our website, visit our website, make your comments, email us at info@plsglobal3.com. Please, whatever information, and we're looking for people to also positively critique what we're doing and help us to improve. This is our London number, but just send us an email and we'll get back to you. So our courses are on this platform at Elevate the Key Skills Network. This network provides a lot of CPD certified courses. If you wanted to, and it's your progress as per your level. There's no need for previous knowledge. All it takes is for most learners who can understand up to level 2 English to complete one of the courses. And also, we also have monitors who will help to support any learner who access our courses. Okay, so here we are. This is where I wanted to get to, the new projects. So we did some work in Jamaica last year, and we ran a few courses providing tutors from the UAE in etiquette and so on. And a lot of our learners, a lot of Jamaican learners came on board. What we found, many of the learners could not afford the courses, as it were. So we are a profit-making company. We're a private company. And so when they came to us, we thought, oh, well, look, we've got a lot of our young people, young women and young men in Jamaica who wanted to do the course and they couldn't. We sponsored as many as we could. And we also sought sponsors for many as we could. But there are hundreds there that really wanted and were locked out because of financial reasons. So what we did, my colleagues and I, particularly Denisha Fraser, came up with this idea to look at a group, and we've called it Women Empowerment Through Unity, We2, the We2 project. So I want to take you a little through what we mean by the We2 project, the Women project, okay? And share with you some of our thoughts along here. So the selection criteria, once we did the first few courses and many ladies came on board looking to go further, but when the fees, when we came to the financial side, of course, unfortunately, they couldn't afford it. So we then went into trying to create a project that would try and help these ladies. So the criteria, the vulnerable women being targeted by this project are women with no certification. and we met quite a few. And women who were within the minimum wage bracket and are mothers. And women who are single mothers, meaning they head the household. So these women came to us and would like our support. But of course, you know, as I said, we are a profit-making company, and we although we sponsored as many as we could, in the end, we couldn't do all. So we have these women on our books at the moment. And so one of the justification was my colleague, particularly again, Marcia and Denisha, they looked at the demographic and they look at the research in Jamaica. And based on recent studies, there is a high percentage of female-headed households within Jamaica. More than 50% of the households in Jamaica were identified as female-headed. The women very often fall within the unqualified group of employable persons because of the sacrifice they usually have to make to ensure that their children are provided for. Further to this, information from the 2014 census shows that more than 60% of the employed persons in Jamaica, I think the unemployed women in Jamaica were women. So we are trying, as we said, we're practical learning solution. How can we help these women? So I want you to keep the We2, the women's project in mind. And I'm also going to talk to you about another project to do with the boys, the young men. So empowering boys through unity is the same thing, empowering girls through unity, empowering boys through unity, boys to men, the boys to men project. Once I get through these two projects, and I will show you how we're trying to support and incorporate them. So the project, again, is the same, similar to the young ladies. The Boys to Men project is created to empower both employed and unemployed young men through equipping them with certified continuous development certificate within 4 weeks. These courses will be in the areas of personal and professional development. And as I said earlier, you know, if you're operating at level 2, you could do the courses yourself. If you're operating below level 2, then you'll have someone to support you in the courses, although they are online courses. Because these courses are designed to upskill and empower, there are no subject entry requirements, as I said before. It's just about you looking at it, and if you can understand the work, then you could go through it yourself. The training will be concluded within 2 webinars, with 2 webinars. So after, for example, if a group of young men signed up to these certified continuous development courses, at the end of them completing their online course, we would then invite them to 2 webinars, which we'll use to assist the participants to resume with their resume writing. So we will try and get their in England we say CV, in Jamaica and the US you say resume. But we would try to help them with writing their CV and job preparation. Again, the selection criteria for the men, where the vulnerable young men being targeted by this project, are those who are suffering from family breakdown leading to disruption in their education, lack of education due to poverty, and per our present issues within the juvenile system. The participants should be at least 16 years old. The project justification, again, for the boys, just as the girls. Boys to Men project is needed because it will be the first of its kind, short and very targeted to reach a huge number of young men over a short period of time. There are other spirit projects to assist the men. However, over 100% online models does not exist in Jamaica. We hope through this project to virtually meet several hundred men to positively impact them within a 12-month time frame. The current climate created by the prevailing COVID-19 pandemic also makes it a perfect mode to use to reach out to our target group. We've been talking even since the beginning of this meeting that we have to reimagine how we work with people. Practical learning solution, we decided, look, we're going to try and use the online approach. So rather than a lot of CPD was done face-to-face. I was part of, when I was working for the Ministry of Education in the UAE, I was part of what we call train the trainer, and I used to go to schools and train my colleagues. So someone will train me in a particular area, and then I'll go forward to the schools and train my colleagues. Unfortunately, due to COVID, of course, that is now not possible. So online, the online approach is what we took and said, okay, we will provide through practical learning solution these courses. I will go through now some of the courses. No, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the partnership. We're going to talk about partnership, and then I'll show you the courses. So as a private company registered in the UK, we can do charitable work. So for example, we can sponsor as many people as we possibly can. But of course, the outcome of what we do is profit making. So what we are looking at this point is partnerships. So today we're seeking partnerships with NGOs, we're seeking partnerships with schools, education services providers, as well as charitable organizations to offer professional development courses to the above, to the W2 and the B2. Unfortunately, the targeted learners, as I said, are excluded from learning due to a lack of finances. So for a typical CPD course, depending on how many you're doing, could cost around, say, £83, which is a lot of dollars to a Jamaican learner. So what we're hoping to do is to work with charitable organizations and philanthropists as well. I heard Mr. Leo Jellin is a philanthropist. I may have to tap him soon and about this. But on a serious note, it's something that we found over the last year through practical working on the ground with young people, that they need so much support. They need so much help. When we started the program, I even thought of trying to open up a charity in the United Kingdom, or approach charities in the United Kingdom to try and support these people. But of course, as I said, practical learning solution is indeed a private company, a profit-making company, but hopefully we can partner with others. So here we are. So what are some of the courses that we can offer these young people, young women or young men? So the following list of certified CBD courses shows the options from which our participants would be able to make their choices. So for example, we have conflict management. For those people who are in care, we have dementia awareness. We have food safety for those people who may be working in restaurants and the hotel industry. We have leading and motivating a team for some of these people who may be supervisors or even first level managers. Mental awareness courses, again for people in the social and health industries. Prepared to offer excellent customer service for people who may be working in supermarkets and other shopping outlets. Prevention and control of infection. I mean, today, this is one of the most desired courses due to the pandemic. And finally, other personal development courses includes principles of healthy eating, personal money management. This is something that is very important at this point in time. We talk about the previous speaker talked about the mental illness that are prevalent due to COVID. People, we need to target people and help them to have an awareness of how these and what are some of the remedies. Principles of internet safety. I mean, this is the era of the internet. Mostly, as this is what we're doing today. We need to ensure that our children and our young people know how to navigate the internet safely. Prevention and control of infections, another in vogue course because of the pandemic, of course. Sexual health are some of the other courses. Stress management. I mean, our previous speaker alluded to the stress that are prevalent due to the pandemic. Understanding and eating disorders. Understanding depression, understanding eating disorders, both aligned. And finally, understanding the principles of exercise and fitness. So these are some of the courses that we have. I would encourage, in fact, I would implore you to visit our website, look at the courses. If there's anything that catches your eyes, you can always firstly, if you look at a course, for example, you can also do a trial run of the course. So there's a demo course that you could look through, and it will take you through a demonstration. And if you're happy, you can contact us, because we also said to people, look at what you can do. Even though there's a price list, and of course there's a price list, we are saying, come to us, speak to us. You never know that we may be able to do something for your learners if you have a group of learners. We're also looking to employers who may want to upskill their workforce. So practical learning solution is there to provide practical help. There's no barriers to coming to work with us. We will take you from where you are and we'll get you somewhere else. It may not be where you desire instantly, but we're promising you that if you come on board to work with practical learning solutions, we're going to take you a step further or a step nearer to where you want to be. Okay, I'm going to stop there. And again, I would just ask, please visit our website, www.plsglobal3.com, and drop us an email. So thank you, Leslie, and I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nelson. We so very much appreciate it. I have a quick question. So
yes.
Who's your target audience? Who would you say the folks that you are really trying to reach? Adult learners, help me. Or is it just anyone that has an interest in learning?
Well, post 16, post compulsory.
Okay.
So, but we also provide tutoring services for the compulsory age. So, if, for example,
if you will.
People in school, we provide a tutoring service also, and also provide a kind of agency for teachers who are looking to work in other places. So please visit the website.
Oh, I did. Okay. I did.
All right.
And I was actually a little bit blown away by the smorgasbord of courses that you offer. I think that's a good word for what I saw. PLSglobal3.com. Did I
Yes.
get it right? Okay. So everyone, please take a note of that. Visit that website. There's something there for you or
Yes.
somebody that you know.
Yes.
And if you don't see something that you are interested in, then please reach out. It sounds like Samuel and his team are there to help, and that's the bottom line.
And I'm reaching out to the philanthropists and you know, people with that line of work. You know, look at the website. If you know of any, if you know of anyone who needs our help, as I said, we're a profit-making company. We are there to try and make a profit, but we are not excluding people if we can help.
Absolutely, and we appreciate that. So thank you very much, Samuel. This has been very informative, a little bit different than you know, we have heard in the past. So this is great to know that organizations like yours do in fact exist, and that you care about us.
Yes. Yes, it's about people.
We are one. So thank you very much. Appreciate you sharing with us, and everyone. PLSglobal3.com. Take a note, go visit, contact Samuel, and let him know that you heard about his company from the JDETF Education Summit. Thank you again so much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we have a few more before we'll take a quick stretch break. Coming up next will be a dynamic duo, I'll choose to call them. We have two presenters coming up next. So let me introduce them both to you. First is Miss Janet Viana Clark Green, who has been involved in education for 25 years and currently serving as a talented and gifted coordinator in the Prince George's County Public School System. Prince George's County is in Maryland in the USA. She's a proud graduate of Homewood Technical High School. Lots from that area today, huh? That's wonderful. After which she attended Bethlehem Teachers College, where she earned a diploma in education, then on to the University of the West Indies for a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from Walden University. She is currently pursuing her doctoral studies. Ms. Clark Green has presented at both state and national conferences on topics related to gifted education and was presented with a citation from the Maryland State Department of Education for her role as teacher leader in gifted education. Under her leadership, her F equals gifted, her gifted program earned the Excellence in Gifted Education Award, or EGATE. And our other most noble presenter is Dr. Mabel Smith. She's a master teacher, visionary, and outstanding RELA, R-E-L-A educator, which I learned means research, I hope, on the education and learning of adults. With a passion for learning, she currently teaches 8th grade reading English language arts, also in Prince George's County School public school system. She's actively involved in preparing her students to be college-bound and career-ready. Her philosophy of education is teaching is not a job. It is a richly rewarding experience in which I must be an active participant in the learning process. Dr. Smith attended the Great St. Mary High School, after which she pursued a teaching diploma from Northern Caribbean University, a Bachelor of Arts, and a Master of Science from the University of the West Indies. She also earned a PhD from Phoenix University. This year, she was awarded the Prince George's County Public School Middle School Teacher of the Year and overall second place Teacher of the Year. We welcome Dr. Mabel Smith and Ms. Janet Viana Clark Green to share with us their thoughts on meeting the needs of our diamonds in the rough. Welcome, Dr. Smith and Ms. Clark Green.
Thank you so much. We do need to share our presentation. Okay. So All righty. Okay, so good evening, everyone. Just a minute, my thing is loading. So, okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Miss Clark Green, and we have Dr. Smith, we're gonna share with you today our topic, meeting the learning needs of for diamonds in the rough through motivation. This is a topic that is very dear to us, and by the end of our presentation, you will understand why we are so focused and zoning on this. What is our session goals? Who are the diamonds in the rough students? Who are these students that come to our classes every day? What are their characteristics, and how do we motivate them? And at the end of the session, we will have some available resources for you in order to help you to meet the needs of these students. By the end of the lesson, by the end of this presentation, you will be engaged in discussion to describe the students identified as diamonds in the rough. We're going to identify the characteristics of these learners, garner some strategies to motivate them, and harness a toolbox of strategies to motivate these students to be successful. So we do have an icebreaker for you today. I know that the participants are unable to actually send their responses in the chat, but we still want you to be engaged. So we do have this crime scene right here, and this student has completely given up on her education. Who or what had the most influence on this decision? So we want you to actually share in the chat, who or what had the most influence on this decision, why this student has given up. Okay, thank you, everyone. And I'm guessing that we have numerous responses. The student is responsible, the parent is responsible, the school system, the persons who write the curriculum, the government, the tech companies, the societal norms have contributed to all of this. And there is not one problem that one person or individual that we can pinpoint and say, this person or this situation is responsible for this. There are multiple reasons why this student has given up. And as teachers, there are some things that, or as educators, there's some things that we have control over. We can manage what's in front of us. And then there's some things that we cannot. But what about us making sure that those things that we can manage, we take full control of this to make a difference in our lives, in the lives of students. So we're moving on. Okay, so we're looking at our diamond in the rough. Who are these students? So when we went online and we researched what is a diamond in the rough, it came up with a person or thing with exceptional qualities or characteristics that cannot be seen from the surface. So Dr. Smith is going to jump in right now with me, and we're going to talk about our diamond in the rough students. And we do have a video here, which is called Animal School. I'm not really going to go into much of the video itself because this presentation will be made available. So participants who want to go into it after we're done, you have that opportunity. So Animal School talks about animals in the school, and what if we had all the students given all the animals in the school asked to do the same task? Would the fish be able to climb a tree? Would the animals that can run and not swim, would they be able to master this task that they're given to do without some accommodations being put in place for them? So who are our diamonds in the rough? When we put them in a school and ask them to perform and do well, who are these students? These are our homeless students. These are students who are living in the ghetto and they have to hide from the gunshots to get to school on a daily basis. These are our underachievers, those students who are sitting in our classrooms and they have all these other factors that are hindering them from being successful. We have the students who come to school on free and reduced lunch. We have the minority students, the students who everything is stacked up against them because at some point in time they might have a teacher who told them that this is not for you, this track is not for you, you better stay in your lane and this is what you're going to do. Or they have that at school and when they get home there's no one there to support them. We have our minority boys, or boys who their cultural norms and expectations are different from what the school says that they have to exhibit, and on a daily basis they are sent to the detention room at the in-school suspension. So everything is stacked up against these students. So they never give us a chance they're never given a chance to show us what is it that they are capable of doing. They're those students who love the arts. They're not academically driven in a school that says you must pass this test because if you do not, you're considered a failure. And then you have the students who are not college driven, but they love the technical areas and they're going to be the mechanics and they're going to go to Ford Motor Companies and they're going to make thousands of dollars, or they're going to start their own business. These are the kids we're talking about. They struggle with the social construct within society and the values that society teaches them and expects them to conform to. And let me tell you something, as a middle school educator during the pandemic, I'm not sure how many of our students came through this pandemic because the problems that some of them are facing at home, and we all take it for granted. Yes, they need to come to class, but there were these other factors that existed and prevented some of our students from exhibiting those qualities that we can't see on the outside, but they're just waiting for someone to push them or to remind them that they matter, that they are important, and they will do well if they're given that opportunity.
Ms. Clark-Green,
yes,
may I
go ahead.
Piggyback on what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yes. I just want to go back to two of the variables that Ms. Clark-Green pointed out. One, boys. Can you go back to that slide 1 minute for me?
Okay.
Yes, minority students, boys. Research has shown that if you have 5 kids who are sent out of a class, in most instances, 4 of them are boys. Correct. In the special needs population, we have more boys, and I'm talking about Black boys. Mm-hmm. The dropout rate, boys, much higher than girls. When you look at the graduation rate, you have more girls graduating than boys. And so that is a problem. Then we think about minority students. And when I look at minority students, I'm looking at students who are coming to us from the Caribbean. They already have a language deficit, even though we speak English in Jamaica. Mm-hmm. But the accent is problematic for the American students. And so they ridicule them. I just want to share quickly. I tend to look out for these students who are coming, especially those who are coming from deep rural Jamaica, mm-hmm. where they come here and they're afraid to speak in class. Those who are coming from Africa, their accent, according to the students, it's very thick. They can't understand them. And so these students are afraid to participate in class. They will ask questions. So these minority students, they get ridiculed by their peers, and they already have a problem because being homesick, they miss their friends back home, plus they have to contend with the food and the weather. And so, yes, these are our diamond in the rough. They are smart. Some of them are very smart, but you never know unless you dig into it. Some of them, unless you identify them or recognize them, okay, Johnny, what's the answer to this question? I had a student, she was coming from Nigeria, and any question I asked, she wouldn't answer because her accent, according to her peers, was so thick and they were laughing at her when she spoke. And so what did she do? She would tell a boy the answer, and then he would give the answers. He was very, very smart. And so one day I noticed it and I said, stop. I asked her and she started responding, and the boy started laughing at her. The same boy she was helping. I said, and I did something that was wrong, but I had to do it. I said, her GPA is 4.0 and yours is 0.63. Now, who is supposed to laugh at whom? And I had to tell her, stop allowing others to ridicule you. Speak up. Another Jamaican boy, he'd write the most beautiful essay, but he would not read it aloud because he was ashamed of his accent. And I said, I read one for him the first time. Next time I said, you're going to read it now. They love our food, they love our music, let them deal with the accent.
Yeah.
And so this is how, as teachers, we have to be able to identify these diamonds in the rough.
Awesome.
Back to you, Ms. Clark.
So very good. Thank you so much, Dr. Smith. And so we look at the characteristics of these students. So when they come to us, they lack motivation. They are the formal classroom setting is not their thing. They don't want to come to school and sit in a classroom before a teacher, even if the teacher is a facilitator and not the one who's just giving instructions. That is not their thing. They're outside the box thinkers. They want to use their hands. They're not traditional learners. They don't want to come every day and learn about all the math concepts, even though the math concepts are gonna help them when they get older or when they get into the real world. And they will question you. They'll ask you, isn't this the real world that we're living in? When I have to come in here every morning, it's just a struggle for me. Isn't this the real world? These students are daydreamers. They don't want to be in your classroom sitting, listening to you, just telling them, oh, this is what we're going to do and this is going to help you when you get older. They respond to, this is very, very important. These students, they respond to persons who are genuine and makes them feel valued. These students have to know that you're in their corner, that each day they step into your classroom, you're there for them. And this is where the relationship piece comes in. That is so important. If students don't like you, they don't want to hear nothing from you. It doesn't matter how phenomenal you are as a teacher. You have to build that relationship. Some of them struggle with the self-efficacy skills. They demonstrate low level of self-motivation and exhibit low levels of effort in academic tasks. So it doesn't matter how good you are, how you dance on top of the desk. If they are not interested in learning, if something else is happening outside of what you're presenting to them in the classroom, they're not interested. They have negative attitude towards school, teachers, and learning. They challenge everything. They struggle to self-regulate or have limited metacognitive skills. These are the characteristics of those students who we oftentimes overlook. But those students who, if we have to take the time to help them and encourage them, they will shine like diamonds for us.
I just want to add on to that, Ms. Clark Green. There's some of them who are extremely smart, but they play dumb so they can fit in. Because if they act as if they're too smart, then it incurs the wrath of their peers. So they're struggling. How do I fit in? And how can I adjust? You also think about the fact that the fashion, the sneakers that the others are wearing, expensive. For example, a child just coming from Jamaica, parents had to pay all the fees and bills and so on. You don't have time to buy that expensive footwear. I remember my son was in Northwestern. He came in at 10th grade, skipped 11th, went on to 12th grade. He came home one evening and said, Mom, I think I'm going to need a new pair of sneakers. I said, what's wrong with the one you have? He said, when I got off the bus this evening, one kid said, oh, that's a nice pair of Jordans. And the other one said, oh, he wore it all of last winter. And I had to talk to him. So yes, the parents have to be there to let them know This is not why you're here to fit in. You're here to get an education, to get a slice out of this apple and to become something. So the low levels of self-motivation that is there, unless a teacher recognizes it, and thank God for teachers like us who recognize those diamonds that are there and pull them aside and have that one-on-one with them. And of course, have conferences with the parents after. And that changes their attitude to school.
Awesome. So thank you, Dr. Smith, because this leads us into our next segment of what is motivation and what role do we play as educators in helping these students to excel or to be successful. So we talk about motivation is one of the most critical components of learning. Yeah. If students are not motivated, even as adults, even as educators, if we go into our building and we do a good job and nobody says you have done feel demotivated. So imagine a 10, 11 or 13-year-old in the middle school setting or even at the high school who needs that extra encouragement. It is important for them. It is influenced by the student's personality, their abilities, the task itself, incentives for learning, the setting, and teachers' behavior towards the student. So what we're going to do, look at how can we motivate the parents, the students, and as teachers, what is it that we can do differently? Because we can't do it the same way in order to help these students to be successful. So we're going to dive into that a little bit more. Dr. Smith?
Okay, yes. And I like to think outside the box. I remember I did not like school. And somebody posted on Facebook the other day, which career did you want? And I was telling somebody, when I was in elementary school, the job I wanted was to be that person holding up the flag, construction workers at work. I said that job was so easy. And my teacher in elementary school said, Mabel, what do you want to be when you grow up? I said, I want to be a flag man holding up the flag on the road. She whooped the daylights out of me, said, that's all the ambition you have, because I thought it was such a fun job, standing there all day, just holding up the flag and directing traffic. But I realized that was not going to put food on the table. Thank God the teacher whooped it out of myself, out of my mind. Motivation from home is so important. The role of parents must not be underscored. Children come home with questions and the parents have to be there regardless of how tired they are. They should be there to respond to the questions. Encourage a child's exploration. Provide resources to enlarge a child's world. Discuss personal and emotional issues with the child. Goals. What do you want to be? And it is okay to tell your child, I would like you to do so and so. And when I came here, I was very successful in Jamaica. I was teaching at Wolmer's. I was tutoring at university. I was tutoring at home. So I was successful, yes. But when I came here, I had to buy clothes for winter, fall, summer, winter, fall, and spring. And for two of us. And when I realized that my neighbor lent me a little 9-inch television and I had a clothes hanger to regulate it. And it was difficult. But then I would talk to my son. I said, look, baby, this is just going to be temporary. We're going to struggle now, but it's going to get better eventually. And when the bills came in, I said to him, you're going to be the one paying these bills. So I'd give him the bills and he would pay them. That way I was teaching him responsibility and I shared my goals. He said, Mommy, we live much better back home. Let's go back home. I said, no, son, I came here to do my doctorate. Just allow me to do it and then we go back home. I shared my goals and I want you to become successful. So that idea I reinforced. Convey the idea, learning is worthwhile, it is fun, it is meaningful. And of course, you have to collaborate with the school. He came home one evening. This is important that we talk to our kids. He said, Mommy, I wanted to go to the restroom today and the teacher would not let me go. And eventually I went to the nurse. My temperature was so and so, and she sent me home. I said, really? Okay, I'll go to that school tomorrow. And I went to the school, and I went the same way my mother used to go to elementary school in her church dress. I had a nice big, power black suit. And I went and I asked to speak with the counselor and the administrators. And of course, the teacher came and she proceeded to lie. Oh yeah, your son is always jumping up and running around. I said, wrong child, wrong child. How does he look? He's dark skinned, wrong child, wrong child. And I said, let me see his grades. She was hurrying, trying to do something. And of course, I had to set her straight. And I made them aware of the fact that I teach in this county. And I know that I have seen the worst slackers in the school system. So look, I will be following up with whatever is going on. I'll be on you like white on rice. My child came here to get an education, and you are not going to allow him to fall by the wayside. So I kept on collaborating. And I've realized in my years in this county, and even back home, once the parents collaborate with the school, it makes a difference. And I'll hear teachers say, okay, let me grade this child's paper because I don't want the mother to bring her mouth to me. I don't want her to come in here. And once the teachers know the parents, it makes a significant difference.
And I wanted to add to that also the collaborative piece in schools. And I do think that as great teachers, you do not need to know who a parent is in order to provide a quality education for students.
Right.
Every single student in your class will.
We lost you. All right, let me just add on there. Ms. Clark, collaborating with the school is important, and the school ought to collaborate with whom? What I normally do.
Sends an email.
Okay.
Never uses her work email because she wants her child to be treated without the teachers knowing that, listen to me, I am a principal in the county, and she wants that same treatment that her child gets, that every single student in the school should get. So she never uses her email. And I remember her coming for a meeting with one of my teachers, and after she left, the teacher said, you should have given me a heads up that she's a principal. I'm like, no, I should not have given you a heads up. You should have been able to treat this child just as if her parents was the president of the United States of America. And that's where we want to go when it comes to motivating or.
And Ms. Clark, just let me add on there, the role of, you're there, role of teachers. The teacher acts as a buffer between home and school. Right. The first thing I do when I get a new set of students, I write them, their first assignment is a meet me letter. I introduce myself to them, my hobbies, and I ask them to tell me about their strengths, weaknesses, etc. Tell them my hobbies, I like to cook, and my favorite food is jerk chicken and curry chicken and rice and, mac and cheese. And I tell them, if you do well, we will have scholars' lunches or scholars' breakfast. And I'll tell you, these kids can tell you which restaurant they shouldn't go to buy food because it does not taste like Dr. Smith's. So when I send home that letter, the parents have to read it. And the parents write to me, I ask, what do you want me to do for your child? How can I help your child to be academically focused and to be successful? Because it's a community of learners. I'm growing in my classroom, and every child brings back that letter. The parent has to put a paragraph there. If that paragraph is missing, you're losing 5 points. Ma, please put on the paragraph, Ma. I want to get a perfect score. And of course, the parents write and tell me what they would like me to do. But my classroom and what we try to do as educators is to instill in the teachers, the classroom is supposed to be a home away from home. Right. No child should come into the classroom and feel demotivated or be sad and you don't know what's going on. Collaborative group work, yes, it's encouraged. The students should enter the problem-solving phase of their development. So no child comes with an idea and it is thrown out. Yes. Just yesterday, a parent said to me, Dr. Smith, I listened into your classes every day, and it's like I'm going back to school again. I like how you welcome the students. Hi, boo. Hi, baby. Hi, son. How was your night? How is your day going? And when we do that, we have to make sure that we use language that promotes the community of learners. Use the word we and our, and the ours, and the our, and the parents are to be active participants in the process.
Awesome. And I have some example of teacher motivational practices in the classroom. And I want to share with my audience, just like Dr. Smith is saying, I had an opportunity to visit. She had a parent visitor home once, and the parent was there saying to Dr. Smith, you know, my child doesn't eat curry chicken at home, and you cook curry chicken and give it to my child. And I'm like, I was taken aback. I'm like, oh my goodness, this kid does not eat it there. And she's the only teacher in the county who gets the opportunity to cook food from home and take it to school to feed her kids. So these are things that we do at our school in order to make sure that our students are motivated. We do have lunch bunches on a daily basis. We have that safe space where students are able to come and share. They feel relaxed. They can talk about whatever is bothering them. And sometimes they just want a safe place to be. We have breakfast with a book. So in the mornings, we would have pancakes and waffles, and students come on in and they come with a book and they sit and read. Or if they didn't do their homework at home, this is a place that they can come and do that. One of the things that I really, really love is the positive phone calls home. At the beginning of the school year, I encourage my teachers. I'm like, listen to me. Call those parents, introduce them to yourself, your syllabus, the curriculum, because you do not want the first phone call to a parent to be a negative one. Let the parents know that you care. I love getting letters. I love opening a letter, seeing that stamp. I used to be a stamp collector when I was much younger. So what I do sometimes is I have a budget, so I can do this. So I just go to classrooms randomly and I see students who are participating or who's doing a good job. I get their names and I go and I write them a letter. I buy postcards and I give them a postcard, and I go to Wendy's. So those who are here, Wendy's, they have these coupons for ice cream, and I'll buy a pack. And if you tell them you're an educator, they'll give you 2-3 packs, and you put one of these in the cards that you write or the letter, and you send this home to the students. And oh my goodness, the way they're excited about this. We do have a student spotlight. So each week we spotlight our students. We are a great school of communication. So we have a parent newsletter sent home monthly. We have a parent newsletter at the end of the week. We have a fabulous website. So we are always celebrating our students. And these students are not necessarily the high achieving students. These are students who sometimes for some reason, they just need somebody to believe in them or somebody to encourage them or to validate their existence. We do have birthday shout outs. So each student, we're celebrating a birthday for the month. We do have this, they get a card in the mail, and they also get an email from their counselor or the tag coordinator, and it just says, oh, you're celebrating your birthday this month, and we highlight their qualities. We do the beginning of the school year home visits. I worked at a school, and I tell people all the time, even though I am in a more affluent school community working now, when I taught in the one, I love those kids. They loved you, they appreciated you. Anything you did, you'd have those kids eating out of your hands. So at the beginning of the school, the principal would get the 3 buses, and all the teachers would pack in the buses. We had little gift bags for the kids, and we visited those homes, they lived in apartment buildings, and we met the kids. We let them know that we are here for them, whatever they needed. We were here, and I'm telling you, those were the most rewarding teaching experiences. Burgers and a book in the park on a Saturday. We have focus groups with the students. We want to know what's going on. What can we do differently? How can we change?
Yes, and Miss Clark, and to add on, during this pandemic, what I've been doing, cooking. And the parents would drop, we couldn't do scholars lunch at school. So I'd cook for like 5 families, and they'd come. I call it a drive-by. So it's a complete meal, and the parents, the word goes out, and so it motivates them. Okay, if you did well, okay, Bo, put your name there, and you come and pick up your food. So these are some of the things we do to encourage these students to do it. Even 1% growth, they're recognized for that.
And these are nothing elaborate. These are just things we do. It just comes naturally because we want our students to know that we're there for them. We care for them. Also, when we want to motivate students, we have to get to their place. We want to get to them in the things that they love and they want to do. So we give them projects to do where they have a choice or they want to do something independently from what's happening. So that student who's not mathematically driven, but he or she loves to dance, we have them do their independent dance project that is tied in with the curriculum, but
differentiated instruction.
They're learning exactly in a different way. So we want to tap into the gifts that our students have and the talents. I remember a couple of years ago, I had a little boy. He was in a gifted program, wouldn't do any work for anybody. But you know what? The little boy was interested in the stock market. He knew the stock market in and out. And he kept saying, Ms. Corcoran, I really need to go and present this to the teachers. And I gave him the opportunity to do this. But we had a contract. I said, you have to do some work for me in order for you to present to the teachers. And then when he got so many teachers involved in buying stocks on the stock market, that's what we want to do to motivate students. Let them share their passions with you. What are the things they're interested in? What are the things that they love to do?
Ms. Clark, can I please ask you to wrap for me?
Okay, no problem. So
thank you.
We continue to give examples of, work that they love to do. We showcase their work when they do these things. So showcasing and showing to the world, this is what I'm great at. And I have a video here that I think it's so important. We show this at the beginning of the school year is every child deserves a champion. Since the PowerPoint will be available, you'll get a chance to actually see the video itself. I really want you to take a look at it. And today we discussed what are the diamonds in the rough, what characteristics of these learners, how do we motivate them, and we do have a couple resources available. These are free. If you're in the United States of America, you can actually get them. Some of them, if you're in Jamaica or other parts of the world, you can have access to these things also. Thank you so much, participants. Remember that it doesn't matter who these children are, where they're from, no matter what their circumstances. Our job as educators is to make sure that they come to our classroom, that space that we've created for them, because on our worst days, we are always a child's best hope. Thank you. Dr. Simit, do you want to?
So yes, just want to close off by saying thank you guys for the opportunity to share with you some of the strategies we use, and it pays off. The test scores, when we motivate these kids, the diamond in the rough, you'll be surprised to see, because of what they have been getting, they've been treated as if they're our own kids, then they usually return tangible returns in their test scores. Thank you, guys.
We are not surprised, Dr. Smith, that their grades and everything improves because of the love and the care that is clearly obvious from you both. And that's why you are both recognized as Teachers of the Year. I mean, that is just completely apparent. You all this is not just a job. This is your lives.
May I just add before I go? I'm sorry for cutting, but when a child is sick, I made the teachers aware of it. You should be the first one at the hospital. If there's a death in the family, you should be there. And just like back home, I show up in the hospital with the food for the mama, because the mom might not be able to go home. Child does surgery, food is coming for the whole family. And this, I use food as a source of motivating them, and it pays off.
And you're simply doing what you can. And the fact is that we all can do more. Thank you both so very much. I wanted to share with you that the feedback from our viewers used words like real and words like very relevant, and we get it. We are there with you. So thank you so very much. I think we needed another half an hour for you both, clearly. So we'll need to do this again. All right.
Thank you so
much.
Thank
you. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. Wow, that was fabulous. I had all kinds of other notes, but I'll share them later if we have time, but we may not. So we'll see. I'm sure that you all enjoyed that as much as I did. Clearly, teachers who love what they do, right? It just oozes from their pores. You can't miss it. Okay, so here with us next is a very special presentation. And it comes to you from our own Catholic College of Mandeville. Our presenter is Ms. Joan Belfon, who is an education and communications specialist currently working in culture, education, and training. She is currently the coordinator for the Master of Education in Teaching and Learning at the Catholic College of Mandeville and is completing a doctoral degree in education. In addition to being involved in coordination and training at student, staff, and management levels for over 15 years, Ms. Belfon also works in theater and drama. How did I know that? I just knew that. And uses these skills in teaching and training. I have the pleasure of working with Ms. Belfon on many a project. And I just knew that in my spirit. I knew that there was something else happening there. As a performing artist with dance and acting skills and experience, Ms. Belfon is also a writer. 2 of her plays have been produced and which have earned national awards and recognition in Trinidad and Tobago, where I think she hails, and Jamaica. Here to share with us her thoughts on higher education in Jamaica for Jamaicans, Ms. Joan Belfon.
Thank you, Leslie Ann, and thank you to the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force for this quick moment. I just want to share with you a learning experience that we offer at the college, and I want to put it in a little context before I share. May I share my screen, colleagues?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, I'm looking for the
green button, share screen.
Yeah, let me expand this because I'm not seeing it at all. Full screen. There we are. Okay, so as I said, I just wanted to take a moment just to share a learning experience with you. Opportunity, I should say, for a learning experience for educators and administrators. But let me put it in a little context before I run through my slides to give you some details. As you come together in this education summit in what we hope is a waning sort of pandemic climate, I hope that the discussions are centering around doing education differently. I hope also that you are contemplating what you can do that is more relevant, more student-centered, putting our children's needs first, and not the exams, the curriculum, the SCA, the CSEC, the CAPE, and the like. If nothing else, the pandemic has shown us that our students are not happy. I hope that you are asking why and you're looking for solutions. When you go back to face-to-face in September, as is the plan, you're not going to meet the same students you had before the pandemic. Not only have they grown physically, they have had to deal with the fear and uncertainty of theirs and their families' lives. They've had to deal with curfews, lockdowns, deaths, lack of access. Some even took control and decided when and if they would sign into online classes to listen to you. For the first time, they've had some option to leave or sign out if their needs were not being met. Why am I saying all of this? I believe that teacher preparation and teacher training has to change. The times call for a radical shift in how we think about education and how we put our students first. So as some of you in our audience, as you contemplate equipping yourself with additional skills, new skills, knowledge and competence, let me introduce you to a Master of Education in Teaching and Learning experience. I know that you have a lot of options for study at the higher level, but if you're looking for something different, the Masters of Education in Teaching and Learning at the Catholic College might be the program for you. At the higher level in Jamaica, we really try to make the effort to equip you for global participation. And here is one other opportunity. So what am I talking about? At the end of the program, we're not looking so much for grades, but we're really looking for self-aware individuals, reflective practitioners, scholarly educators, designers, collaborators, inquirers, leaders. Those are the outcomes of the program. The program gives you an opportunity to work at your own pace. Some can go faster than others, but we expect you to do a little every day and just add to your competence and your confidence and your abilities. Here are some highlights. It's a non-traditional program. So even the setting for the program is different. You're not going to find yourself sitting in rows. We do a collective, collaborative model, a community model. So we sit in a circle so that the energy is always collective and collaborative. It's learner-centered, it's activity-based, community-based, and it focuses on your specific research needs. And I'll talk about that a little more. You meet 1 weekend per month. So if you're looking for flexibility, if you don't have a lot of time, 1 weekend a month, Saturday and Sunday, where you can focus totally on developing both your inner and outer self and all your competencies, your strengths, and your skills. In between the weekends, there are activities that you'll do online, by phone, by WhatsApp, whatever are the means. 5 semesters, it lasts for 20 months. 36 credits, 30 of those credits. Thank you, because I couldn't find the presentation button, so thank you very much. Yes, I was saying 5 semesters, 36 credits, 20 months. 30 of those credits while you're in community weekends, and then the other 6 credits, 2 intensive weekends during the summer. And it's taught by a group of really dedicated and expert facilitators. I think you might know some of them. Most of you in JTA would know Dr. Christopher Clark, Dr. June Blight Livingston, Dr. Lorna Gow Morrison, and Dr. Owen Scott. It's very collaborative. So in between the weekends and during the weekend, you're going to be collaborating online with learners who teach in the same grades with you. I suddenly seem to be having competition in my community with a car racing up and down. So I hope it really isn't intruding on this mini presentation I'm doing here. Right. So a wealth of resources you're going to have, a lot of readings, a lot of material to read. The facilitators really keep up with the trends, and they really find a wealth of stuff for you to support. It's a very, very supportive program. The last 2 presenters talked about the support that they give the younger students, and this program is a similar one in that it caters for the adults. There are no exams, but what you have are signature assignments, and you have conferences in which you lead dialogues. Your audience are other educators, other professionals, officials from the ministries, from education and stuff. These are just some photos just to give you a sense of the research, the action research presentations and dialogue that entails as you go through the program. Remember, we're focusing on leadership, articulation, dialogue, you being able to lead the rest of your institution and your colleagues through new trends and new ways of doing education. Here are some quick application requirements. You fill out a form, you pay your application fee, you give us your BEd and transcript, you write a personal statement, why you want to do this program, what are your ambitions, where you want to go with it, how do you want to do education differently? Because you're coming in not just to get a degree, you really want to make a difference, you want to change, you want to be a change agent. 2 letters of reference, your resume, your passport size photo. And this is just to show you some of the sessions our students go through. This is them on a Saturday morning reasoning, going through devotion, sharing, talking about their struggles and sharing with each other and inviting the divine. Always the program has the divine in its mix. So here's what some of the students are saying about the program. I'm just going to pick out a few keywords because I know you can read. The program has been transformative, challenging because we do want to stretch you, empowering. It has God at the epicenter. There's love and care and passion from administrators and facilitators. Methodologies are practical. So one of the things we do is from day one, you begin to apply everything you learn in your classroom or in your workspace, because we cater to both teachers, principals, and administrators. Here's another student talking about the journey as learner, teacher, leader, and researcher, and how beneficial that is to helping maintain the ideal learning environment. Another student says this is the best educational experience they have had, learning through community, developing and improving and opening to new insights. It's fun and a lot of growing is happening. So summarizing what I just said, all that I've been trying to say to you, 1 weekend a month, face-to-face, 20 months duration, no exams. It's very activity-based, project-based, and it focuses a lot on reflexive learning. So you reflect a lot on your teaching, on your work in the schools as you try to change what you do to meet students' needs. Delivery modality, it's blended. So it's online, face-to-face. We use a workshop mode. So when you come on a weekend, there are no 2-hour or 3-hour lectures. You're in a workshop, you're in a learning lab for the day. Weekly application to your classroom or work environment, module assignments, signature assignments. The philosophy of the program, working for the benefit of community, for the benefit of others. At one point, there were no grades assigned to the work in the program. It was really about improving yourself, opening your mind. But we have begun to assign the grades, but we try to emphasize that the grades are not the critical thing. It's about working to bring about social change. Learning from each other, sharing with each other, leaning on and supporting each other. So you get a critical friend when you come into the program and you help each other to walk the journey through the program together so nobody is left behind. If your friend is struggling, you hold him or her up. If you are struggling, your friend will hold you up. Social and emotional learning, that's another critical focus. And again, just to remind you, the focus of the learning outcomes, not grades and GPA. I'm not saying those things don't have value, but more value to the students you will teach is your own self-awareness, your ability to reflect on what you're doing and make changes as you do it. Scholarly educators, your ability to just find material, research, to create your own, to investigate, to design studies, to design strategies, to collaborate, to inquire, so that you are always on top of what you're doing. And here is just some of the fun activities you go through as you learn. This is a group of students. They were asked to frame their action research, but to use a metaphor to show what framing the research went. And you will notice everybody came up with a different pair of different kinds of frames for their glasses. Here again, they are outdoors, looking at collaboration and team spirit, and learning how each one can't succeed without the other. And this is them just having fun outdoors. We remember one of the students mentioned the program really has an element of fun in it. So I hope I have at least titillated you a little bit to investigate, to check us about this learning experience as you contemplate, what do I need to make a difference when I go back face to face or when I meet my students next week in the summer program? Am I doing the right thing? Am I doing, as one presenter said, what makes sense? Am I facilitating my students' needs? So as you think about that and you think about what skills and knowledge and experiences you might need, give us a call at the Catholic College. You have our information, 876-806-4466-962-2801, or reach CCM. Or better yet, you don't even have to believe what I just told you. You can speak to people who have been through the program. Dr. Dice is a product of the master's program. One of your past JTA presidents, Norman Allen, is a product of the program. The current, I think she's a welfare officer in JTA, Katie Ann Scott. Jermaine Williams, he was a JTA rep from Westmoreland. Donette Bihari, another rep. So we have had a lot of executive and other representatives from the Jamaica Teachers Association across the breadth and length of Jamaica, just coming to this education experience so that they can go back and make a difference. So thank you for the time. I just wanted to share that moment with you and for you to think of how you can equip yourself, not to go back to normal, but to make a difference, make a change. Thank you, Leslie Ann.
Thank you so much, Ms. Belfon. I do have one question for you. The question is, what is the cost and is there a payment plan?
Yes, we can talk more once you contact us.
Contact you, okay.
Yes, we can
Okay.
give you there. The full cost is $9,760 US. That's about 1.48 Jamaican, and it is the cheapest masters in Jamaica. You can do your research, but we can give you more details. So I'm glad somebody bit the hook we sent out. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Belfon. I actually found myself thinking about it myself. Do you take international students?
Oh, yes, we do.
There you go.
Yes, because we are preparing you for the global market. So yes,
awesome. Oh, there is Dr. Smith, is Dr. Davis Smith on? She's going to hear me, and then I'm going to get a phone call. It's like, oh no. Thank you so much, Ms. Belfon. That was very informative. Ladies and gentlemen, we all need to consider continuing our education and continuing to develop our skills. And what better way than to consider a Master's of Education at the Catholic College of Mandeville. I highly recommend it. A very good friend of mine got his Master's there too, the one and only Dr. Dwayne Dice. So there. Thanks again, Ms. Belfon. We much appreciate you.
Thank you for your time.
Sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 o'clock. We are running quite a bit late, but you know, we know how to pivot and how to flex here. So what we are going to do is we're going to take a quick 5-minute stretch, okay? It's very important that we care for our physical selves as we care for our mental. So please do stand, stretch arms, stretch neck, all of those good things. Get some water and come on back. And then we are going to launch back into our next presentation from Mr. Doug Haven. So please do take 5 minutes. I have 5 o'clock my time, which would be 4 o'clock Jamaica time. 4:05 Jamaica time, we are starting again, okay? And that would be, Doug, wherever you are, I don't know what time it is there, but in 5 minutes, we're going to start again. Thanks so much, everybody.
Stop my brother, man. Just keep it moving. Hey, roof overhead, food on your plate, but you still no one give thanks. You still complaining. You're just complaining. Your pot stirring up, but it's never enough. One give thanks. You still complaining. You still complaining. And when they ask you how you doing, your reply is not too bad. I tell you your life would be greater if you gave thanks for what you have. And in everything give God the thanks and praise. Just remember this in everything you do. Wherever you go, bring joy along the way. I never stop my sister, no. Just keep it moving. From all of my pain and all of my grief, wash me, don't wash me, pure and complete. anymore. I put my trust in Jah, know I'm well secure. Showers of blessing, more than it shows. All that was lost now found, the power's been restored. Whoa, whoa. My man trod it up to the highest mountain spring. Whoa, whoa. And I have journeyed deep within. From all of my pain and all of my grief. Wash me, Georgia, wash, pure and complete. Not from the dirt, nor from my skin. Cleanse my soul from all sin. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The most I dwell up in a simple places where there is love and no hatred. Babylon system so complicated, can't even breathe, you'll be suffocated. Bring away your folly and your filthiness. Find humility and humbleness. Don't take no part in the wickedness. When you do your best, you will do the rest. Nothing in this world remains the same. No. Looking at yourself and make a change. From all of my pain and all of my grief. Wash me, Judge, wash me, pure and complete.
They took away the voices that gave the people bright. Now we're plunging into darkness. We all have to play our part, make a bold start. Every distract, tell every artist. Media houses, we notice, still have support the slackness. How so much alcohol in our parties. While the girls are broke out of this upper where she drink, knock her out. Now she don't care with them proper up. It's times like this, I'm missing our heroes. Times like this, I really wish they were around. Shouldn't have to be like this. Them braid up the shot at them, now we have a lot of them. Press up, back up, now the grave them a go back at them.
Okay. Are we ready? We're a few minutes behind schedule, but we are ready to rock and roll again. So thank you all so very much for hanging in there with us. I hope you got to get a little water and do a little quick stretch. So we're going to continue with our program, and it is a real pleasure for me to introduce to you someone that I've known for several years who is quite a phenomenal individual. His name is Doug Havens. Doug has a varied, I like to call it, an extraordinary career as an educator and leader. He taught agriculture at La Sierra University, which is in California, as well as community development at Loma Linda University School of Public Health. He worked for ADRA International as Director of Human Resources Development and provided professional development for ADRA staff around the world. While with ADRA, he served as the country director for ADRA China, ADRA Peru, and ADRA Myanmar. I'm not sure that I know where that is, Doug. You'll have to tell us. In addition to being a science teacher at Escondido Adventist Academy, Doug was the director of Exceed at Loma Linda University, which focuses on STEM education. It is through that program that I had the pleasure of meeting Doug. Doug is technically retired. Wait, listen to this, please, ladies and gentlemen. Retired in June of 2020, but is now on sabbatical from retirement. Okay, that's a little twist, isn't it? And is now teaching science and organizing career academies at Hawaiian Mission Academy in a really rough place, Honolulu, Hawaii. Here with us to share his thoughts on starting career academies and career pathways. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Douglas Havens. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you. It's a real privilege and an honor to be not only on a program with so many distinguished people, but part of this overall group that has been welcoming, et cetera, this today. I'm excited about this. I'm going to take my hat off, but I want you to know I am an honorary Jamaican. I was born up in the far northwest portion called California. Wanted to work on an island, never got an invitation to work in Jamaica, so I had to choose Hawaii. But this is an opportunity that I'm really pleased, an area that I'm excited about. And so I'm going to share, and we're going to start with the program. Let me, okay. Career academies and career pathways. This is not a new idea. It's one that I've been working on for a few years with some schools in the Southern California area, and got an opportunity to start one with a school in Oahu, in Honolulu, in Hawaii. And so I want to talk about how I think this is important because of the time. I'm going to make it my information available here and also again at the end of the program, so that if you want to contact me later, we have a chance to go into this in a little more depth. Career pathways generally begin at kindergarten level, the preschool level. We've got students in kindergarten that are taking classes in coding. By third grade, they're learning to do computer-assisted design software, and they are completely immersed in the idea that they are part of the growing cadre of people who are ready for the next step and the next step and the next step in their life. The career pathways introduces careers into regular classes so that the students get an idea of what they are experiencing in the classroom has real life value. No more, what am I ever going to do with this? Does anybody ever use this? When the career, for example, is in construction, then the math problems revolve around that. If the career being discussed is architecture, the art classes, which are already being taught, are simply focused on how a person would use the drawing skills in architecture. And so everything that the student does can be related in every career or almost every career. A career academy is distinct in that it generally is at the high school level, the secondary level, and it prepares students with a series of classes that lead to industry recognized training and certification. When I was in high school, I took auto shop, I took machine shop, etc. And when I got done, I had some skills that were useful to me, but were not really useful for employment, did not really prepare me for employment. And so the idea of giving the students that preparation is what career academies do. A lot of schools in the last few years eliminated those kinds of classes. The rationale was everybody should be prepared to go to college. Everybody should be a university ready. We know that wasn't a good idea, but it still was a common one. What we do know is that we've got to expand the opportunities for those who will not, and in some real cases should not only because of their interest, but also because of our interest, should not be going on to college and university, but should be going into a job that is both productive, beneficial to society, and in many cases is very lucrative. I remember years ago when I was, I needed a plumber, and somebody that I'd known since I was a kid. And after he finished with the work, he said, "Doug, how long did you go to school?" And I said, 20 years. And he said, I had to drop out of school in the 10th grade to help support my family and become a plumber. He said, "How much do you make in an hour?" Well, I was teaching at the university, and so I had to do a little calculation. And I said, "About $15 an hour." He said, "How much are you paying me?" And I said, $30 an hour. He said, "Doug, who's the smart one in this room?" And I think that's the case. I've got some examples coming up that will show a little bit of what that can mean for those who want to go into that. And I think we need to encourage them. We've got people that should not go to college because they are interested in other things, and we should encourage that. We should support it, and we should make it possible for them. Society needs these workers, and it's up to us to make sure that our education system is accommodating them. It's called Technical Vocational Education and Training. TVET is a popular term. In fact, in 2015, I attended a TVET conference in Jamaica for people from throughout the Caribbean. Here in the US, it's commonly called Career Technical Education, But it doesn't really matter what it's called, what it is. We're preparing people for careers in what used to be thought of as a second-rate operation or something that you do in order to kill a little time. But now we think is the way that we should be preparing them in great detail. High schools offer more than 70 such programs. There are a number of schools here in the United States that have several career academies in a high school. And these range, we'll see, from everything that you can think of, anything that anybody might do for a living or that you might hire somebody to do, probably has an opportunity to prepare while in high school, often at no extra time, meaning that they're taking these classes instead of some of the electives. If there's an internship or work experience, that may come after school. But in general, they're completing this while they're getting their high school diploma, and they're ready to go into the job market at a good salary compared to those who are just a high school degree and competing for the jobs that pay minimum wage and don't require that kind of education. What we know is that for some of these students, it's a way to prepare for a career. For some of them, it's a way to make a living while they're going on to the next step, whether it's higher education, whether it's more training, or whatever it might be. And it's a chance to explore careers because a lot of students really don't know what the options are out there. They know what their parents do, maybe. And if their parents have some kind of profession, they may not know very much about what that person does. But the idea of getting them exposed through both the career pathways and the career academies gives them a chance to make much more informed decisions when it comes time. And, you know, this is not something that all us TVET and CTE teachers are saying, well, you know, we're losing our jobs, we need to bring this back in. It's not the good old days. Well, when I was in school, we did this, that was fun, and et cetera. And I remember even when I was teaching at the university, high school students coming in or people that were actually in the program, their advisors would say, well, you know, you're probably not really cut out for the university. You might want to consider something else. That's not who we're talking about. What we're talking about is the people who really benefit from this. And parents, you know, some people say, well, maybe parents just want to do this because they can't afford the university. Well, I don't think that's what's driving this either, although that is an issue, and we can talk about that. A student who has a good career going through a career academy can actually earn a living while they're going to school. A lot of jobs, they can work nights, go to school in the day, vice versa, and wind up with little or no debt. I've got a friend who says my child is at the university majoring in student debt, and we can avoid that for those students who want to. But what's really driving this, what ought to be driving this,
Doug,
yes.
Doug, excuse me, we're still looking at your first slide. I didn't know if you had been.
I've been moving along. I'm on slide 7.
I had a feeling. Yeah, we're still seeing your first slide.
Let me get out of,
And maybe come back in. Yeah. And we'll catch up with you.
Are you seeing something different now?
I'm seeing our Pathways to Prosperity report.
Okay, all right.
Yep, okay.
I'm just going to continue from that because that's good enough.
No problem, thank you.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out.
Sure.
Harvard Graduate School of Education, not generally thought of as a career and technical program, says that an education system that must clearly articulate career options as early as middle school, and then define the training and coursework required so they can become informed, whether it as an electrician or as a college professor. So these are people who are looking beyond just the standard classroom training. Did my slide move? Oh, okay.
Yes, yes.
All right, good.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on track. Post-secondary credential valued in the labor market. Again, a career academy doesn't just have a series of courses. At the end of those courses, students are prepared to take what industry considers to be the certification for employment, the same one that the people that you hire today had to do in order to get that particular job. Students need better skills for work in college, and we need to get away from just pushing them on to college education. I'm going to share a resource because this happens to be one that is available if you're interested. This is something that is done in the state of California. I don't think that it's, I know it's not the only place that does it, but if you're thinking about this, if you're interested in it and you want to know what's involved, you want to be able to start talking to administration or to whatever's the organization that you need to. This is an extremely detailed outline of what happens and can give you both information and ideas on how to do it. California Department of Education has said that there are 15 industry sectors, and then within those industry sectors, they have come up with pathways that fit within that. And again, there's 58 of them. These are taught in different high schools around the state. And again, these are not unique to California. It just is a resource that I suggest if you want to get started in it or want to expand what you're doing is a good one to look into. So pretty much any job that's out there, it's possible to prepare students for that, and then they can decide if they want to go on. We've got students in programs that are health related that to start out at the medical assistant program, they decide I want to be more than that. I want to go on and get my education as a nurse. I want to become a physical therapist. I want to become a physician. Whatever it might be, they can use these as stepping stones. Again, this is a resource. This is not a place to get ideas. This is a place to get some programs. This is a place to see some curriculum examples. This is an opportunity to say, we want to start something, or what if we wanted to start something, what would we need to do? And so the one booklet and then this one larger web page that includes the resource for the previous one. And you'll be able to see these later, but if you're a student of the 21st century, you already have your camera out taking pictures of these slides so that you can go to them later. We chose at Hawaiian Mission Academy to start with a medical assistant program. We know that healthcare is going to be with us forever. It is a growing field, a growing demand, some areas much more than others. And the medical assistant is the one that we chose because this is the first person. If you go to a clinic, if you go to a doctor's office, if you go to a hospital, probably the first person you'll see is the medical assistant, the one who will take your health information, take your vital signs, and prepare you for the next step in the whatever treatment that you're going to need. We know that a lot of resources in the community, professionals, parents of the students that want to be involved in this, teachers. We're now working with one school in which they have actually a registered nurse on the faculty teaching English and history. And she said, I would dearly love to be doing something like this because I'm prepared, I'm educated, and we can add this in. There are hospitals, clinics, professional offices that make this available. The medical assistant was a relatively low investment in space, equipment, supplies. And so that's the one that we've started with, and we are going to be expanding. We have access to professionals, and in any community, if you start talking with people and you find out that they have some expertise in this, and even if they're still working, they're probably going to say, yes, I'm interested, what can I do? Hawaii has a state licensing program for medical assistants, for dental assistants, but it's not required for them to get a job. Some states have more strict requirements. Some allow them to start working with just on-the-job training. And so what we figured is that we could start out this first year without having to offer the whole program, but students who graduated this last couple of weeks ago are now ahead of those who are just going to walk in for on-the-job training and get their start for the career. One class, we did it with 3 times a week because that's the school schedule. It's not what we would have chosen. It's not what we plan to do in the future, but it's where we are right now. And so again, our students will have an edge because they have done the kinds of things, pretty much everything that a medical assistant will do in a clinic or a physician's office, in a skilled nursing facility or something like that where they get employment. Our students have already practiced, and so they know about it and they can do it. We are preparing for certification. We'll start in the freshman year. The students will take classes. Some of the things that they need to learn, we don't have to offer a class in our program because they learn some business skills. They learn communication skills. They learn anatomy and physiology in other classes. So it doesn't require that we have unique classes just for them. We do have a sample curriculum if somebody's interested. My contact information is available. And again, I'll put it up again at the end. We can share this for what this particular program is. But again, there are so many of these. If you want to do something different, somebody has made already available the kind of schedule, the kind of classes, the kind of requirements in order to make this work. I went online looking for some information about opportunities. And these are based on information I got off the internet, so they may not be exactly the same or current. But what I looked at for medical assistant jobs in Jamaica, I found out that the minimum weekly wage is 6,200 Jamaican dollars, whereas the average medical assistant is making about $24,000 Jamaican dollars. I get confused sometimes between Jamaican dollars and US dollars, but I think these things are at least reasonable to see what the advantages are and what the potential is. Medical assistant is the one who you will encounter. You want to make sure that they're well trained. You want to make sure that when they come in, they know what they're doing. And that's what we're preparing them to do. From taking of your blood pressure, from taking of your history, and also, again, educating you as to what the next steps of the medical procedures are going to be. It's interesting with the students. Sometimes I hear from the students, sometimes from the parents, well, I'm afraid of blood. Well, okay, you're afraid of blood, or I don't want needles, or I don't want to have to do some of this kind of stuff. And what we find out is that before very long, we can say, okay, fine, you can just sit there and watch, but nobody really wants to watch. They want to get involved. And we have artificial devices. The students can draw blood. There's an arm that's made out of material that has the consistency more or less of a human. It's got tubes in it. If they put the syringe in the right place, they draw blood. This red fluid flows down. If they don't, well, then they try again. But at least they've got experience. And when they get done, they think, okay, I believe I could do this. They learn to give injections. And when we don't give injections to the actual individuals, but they get a chance to practice, to feel what it's like, and to see what the kind of, how much you have to push, et cetera. And if the student that's getting the injection is the right kind of person, they will scream when the needle goes in, which always startles the person, even though they know the needle is not going into the person. We've got to prepare our students so that when those who are through work and retire, it's time to have the next step in the replacement period. Students learn to suture. It's not something that a medical assistant always does. I've had a number of skin surgery removals in the last few years, and it always involves some suturing. And I've talked to the physician and said, you know, if you're a medical assistant, if you want to let her do the suturing, let her practice on me. And one of them said, well, I'm not sure that that's ethical. And I said, well, you know, I agree, I'll sign consents and whatnot. And so a medical assistant who did not go through our program, but who thought she could do some suturing, got a chance to suture on me. And so the medical assistant working with a physician gets a chance to practice the skills and hopefully then says, now I'm moving up to the next stage. It's a chance for education. This has been a great year to talk about some medical issues. It's been a great year to talk about some societal issues with the COVID, the vaccinations, the non-vaccinations, and all the dangers. It happens to fit right in. We can talk about it, make it part of our program, and the students see that, in fact, this is a world in which they'd like to work. We're adding computer literacy to our program next year. We know students that are computer interested. The parents say, oh, my daughter's really computer literate, and we say probably computer stimulated. That they do a lot of things on their phones, their laptops, et cetera. And if you don't know what they're doing, it looks like maybe they are on the computer, when in fact they're pretty much not doing anything that's really computer oriented, and not doing anything that's practical, and certainly not doing anything that's going to get them a job. There are very few jobs out there that require skill in texting or Instagram or Facebook or whatever it might be. And so we're trying to prepare the students for something like that. We're going to start with computer technology, and our first course is going to be network security. You've heard about the concerns with network security, with the ransomware, et cetera, some big cases in the last few weeks. And this is something our students can actually learn skills. And we have people saying, if your student takes this course at the end of the school year, we will hire them simply because we want this one particular skill. The more they have, the better, but this is a great one. Computer programmer. Again, I went online to try to find some jobs and some ideas of what a computer programmer might make in Jamaica. And so this is, again, much better than the minimum wage, something that they can work their way up to. But I want to highlight a couple of those in cybersecurity that are jobs in the US simply because of the kind of money involved. 140 to 300,000, a little more money than the average teacher makes. These are US dollars. The one that I think is really interesting down at the bottom, the bug bounty specialist. These are people who go into a company's system, often with permission, more often without permission, and try to find bugs in the system, flaws in the writing of it, that allow people to break in, like the oil line, the oil pipeline, like the meat producing company. We've got a hospital in Southern California in which all of the hospital records were hacked into. Ransomware was demanded, a payment was made, and then the records were destroyed anyway, and the company is now rebuilding their records as best they can, and being sued by patients who feel that the hospital system was negligent in not protecting it. But these people will find these bugs, these problems, and then they will sell them. And they can either sell them to the company, Apple, Microsoft, something like that, or they can sell them to the bad guys who will pay large amounts of money. Up to $1 million is the largest one that I've seen so far, for pointing out an error in the software programming that makes them vulnerable. Institutional cooking is another one that we're starting to do. We've got the world's best high school cafeteria cook, and I will challenge anybody to come down and prove me wrong, or come up and prove me wrong. But schools, hospitals, nursing homes, these people need these people that can cook not only good tasting food, but quantities, preparation. When one tray is finished, the next one is ready to come out of the oven, not burned, not cold. They have to supervise staff. They have to do the finances of it, and that's what we're helping to prepare for. Automotive technology. Again, I went online to find a few in Jamaica. I'm going to point out a couple again, just to show what potential we see. In Honolulu, there are auto mechanics making as much as $100,000 a year. I have a friend working in paint and body, owns a paint and body company. He's got two people in particular working for him. One earns $80,000 a year, the other $90,000 a year doing paint and body work. So this is not something that is for those who really don't care, really can't cut it. This is something that they want to do. You need support. There's a lot of different organizations and different groups that you need to deal with. But I think these are things that we can offer our students that not only make their education more relevant, make our school more relevant, but also make our society better prepared. Because of time, I'm not sure about questions, but here's my contact information. I would be delighted to talk with you. My email, you can call me, you can text me, we do WhatsApp. And so anything like that, if we have some time for questions, I'll take them. Otherwise, thank you very much. And I look forward to talking with those of you that want to work on this as an addition in your school program.
Thank you so very much, Doug. I am sure that you will be hearing from some of our teachers. I don't know if you were on when the gentleman who provided the invocation, Donovan Wilson, actually went to a technical school. And so we in UJA actually have a small team of folks that attended technical schools in Jamaica because of their commitment to this kind of alternative approach to education, and that the technical school system kind of needs to catch up, just as you are doing in Hawaii with, it's not just about the plumbing and the carpentry and the automotive, but that there are many other newer industries that are very relevant, needed today, and provide some really great options for those who are interested. Not everyone is geared towards that 4-year academic program, and so I thank you very much for sharing.
Listen, I want to tell one story.
Sure.
When I was a kid, there was a father in the community. His parents had demanded that he go to Stanford University. Now, Stanford is both elite and expensive.
Yes.
When he graduated, they demanded he go to dental school. Another expensive item. He graduated from dental school on Sunday. On Monday, went to work driving heavy equipment because that's what he wanted to do. His parents said, "You wasted our money. He said, "No, I didn't waste your money. You did. You knew all along this is what I was going to do." We need to make sure that, number one, we don't waste the parents' money, but also we didn't waste 4 years of that man's career opportunity.
Yes, indeed, of his life, right?
Yep.
But he proved to his parents that he could do it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then went on to do his passion. Awesome. Thank you so very much, Doug. Everyone, if you didn't write down his contact information, it's doug.havens@gmail.com. Learn more about career academies and career pathways, a slightly different approach to thinking about how we can help guide our students into doing the things that they love to do. Thanks so very much, Doug. Very much appreciated. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are running just a little bit behind schedule, but we know how to do this. So in the event that you thought that we didn't, we do. So the presentation that was supposed to be next will now be tomorrow. So we are now up to just being only about 15 minutes or so behind schedule. And so now we will have the pleasure of our final presentation for the day. And let me get her information here. So with us this afternoon is Dr. Marcia Chin, or she likes to go by Marcia Chin, PhD. We understand. Forgive us, Dr. Chin. She holds a PhD in Learning Studies from the University of San Diego. Her dissertation research study was about educating boys in Jamaica in search of a new lens. Very interesting topic. She holds a Master of Arts in Business Administration from Florida International University in Florida, a Diploma of Education in Mathematics from the University of the West Indies in Jamaica, and a Bachelor of Science with Honors in Management Studies, also from the University of the West Indies. Dr. Chin's educational background includes management and leadership studies, psychology, human resource, education, and research. In her teaching role, she has worked with a diverse student population at the different educational levels with varying academic, racial, cultural, ethnic, and socioeconomic backgrounds in both the United States and Jamaica. From her earlier work in the corporate sector, Dr. Chin has many years of practical experience in management and leadership roles with major corporations in Jamaica in a variety of industries, including the airline, banking, and financial services. Her passion for human development led her into academia, where at the University of the West Indies, she received her postgraduate diploma in education and co-authored a research paper on the influence of parenting styles on students' academic achievement. In her doctoral studies at the University of San Diego, she successfully completed her dissertation study that explored ways to better educate and enhance the educational experiences and life outcomes of high school male students in Jamaica. Her study investigated the adoption of an experiential leadership development schooling structure at the secondary level to enhance male students' educational experience and academic outcomes. Her hope is that her research study would offer a meaningful contribution to the policies, administration, and practice of education for boys in Jamaica. That's a topic I am absolutely committed to learning more about. Here to share her views on expanding horizons, please join me in welcoming Dr. Marcia Chin.
Thank you, Leslie Ann. That was a wonderful introduction. Sometimes when I hear these introductions, it's like, is that me? It's always so good to hear about yourself. You just keep moving with life. And you sometimes don't really stop to say, okay, I did all that, but it's good to hear it. So thank you for such a wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone. Last but not least, I hope that you have been enjoying this summit so far and that you still have some energy and some hearing left for what I need to share. So it's not about my research on boys, but I was asked to speak on how to prepare students for education overseas. So that's why I titled it Expanding Horizons, because after working with many students in Jamaica as an educational consultant, and also for my children and myself, I've experienced this, and I hope to share some pointers with you. So I'm just going to start my presentation and get right into it. All right, so here we go. Preparing students for education overseas. Now, this summit, as I understood it, really is part of the work of Vision 2030 Jamaica and what's occurring for education in that journey. I looked at the vision and I pulled out of it the National Development Plan, goal number 1. And I loved it for what it said and really how it sets the landscape for everything that we've been talking about. Even Doug's presentation just before speaks into this, how open this is and not just about being educated alone in Jamaica. It says here, Jamaicans are empowered to achieve their fullest potential. So that means a lot. If you reflect on that, it can mean so many things for an individual. And that means really different forms of ways in which you can fulfill your particular potential. And therefore, let me make sure, it's about getting to what you define as success. If you notice, my heading here for this slide is Vision 2030 students. Not just Jamaica, but when you bring it down to your level, what do? You have this empowerment. You're empowered to fulfill your particular potential. And so go get it in the different ways and the different pathways that you could possibly take. But do what you want. Don't go to med school at Stanford or Yale, whatever, Doug's last story. I loved it, simply for the fact at the end of the day, hopefully parents and teachers will be supportive of students actually fulfilling their particular definition of success. And we can support that. At the end of the day, when I was a child, my parents asked me what I wanted to do. And I was very young, but for whatever reason, I guess I knew it. I said I wanted to be a teacher. My mother was confounded. She was like, what? Be a teacher? You're not going to get any pay? What kind of foolishness is that? That's a Jamaican parent for you. In those days when social and economic mobility is really on the forefront of every Jamaican parent, and they want you, success was defined in terms of money, was defined in terms of the large house that you have, the great vehicle that you have. And it's like, you know, now, thank God, we have this great opening and opportunity to recognize that in many ways, to each his own, and doing good for that. I mean, when we say to each his own, of course, remember, I'm talking to the realm of good work. So go get it. So what do you get at this point? What do we consider to be the 21st century skill expectation? We have come so far in this world with globalization. When it just started, it was like, oh, you know, we're getting globalized and technology is there. But look how far we have come. Many of us, I guess, when we're young, cell phones didn't exist. This level of technology was just unthinkable. And this global village did not exist the way it is, and the interdependency was not as obvious. So these are the skills really that are fitting for this era. Now, can one place alone provide all these skill sets? It is very well known that, as we say, come out of your comfort box to learn, that when you're in your comfort zone, you can't in fact learn. Learning occurs outside of your comfort zone. So when you think about it, to get all these types of skill set, it needs a variety of pathways, a variety of experiences, because they're so interrelated, and it's really an organic way of really learning and growing. So education overseas becomes something that is, or probably should be encouraged in our education system in Jamaica. Is it that everyone should go away? No, we're not even saying that, because to each his own. But just like others are saying you can go Honolulu, you can go Hawaii, it's just looking at the options. If you really want to build a lot of skills for this era, get an international exposure, studying abroad, as it's more locally called, it's particularly in the US, is part of the program for even graduation for many programs in the US. So it's not like odd. It is recognized how important it is to have another experience other than your own, so you can broaden your perspectives in life, and you can actually pursue this as early as after primary school and move into secondary education abroad, or after secondary, move into college, or even after you finished your college, to even go on to graduate studies. And I just put the map here to show you different places that are most common where people go to study abroad. More so countries that seem more progressive or can offer different types of opportunities for students, like exchange program and probably certain projects or funding, and you can do it in so many different ways. So let's look at some of the success stories, really. From a study that was done, 80% of the respondents believe that study abroad enhanced their interest and motivation in academic study and lifelong learning. The value, the enrichment, the advantages, the possibilities that it offers to the individual and in turn the society. I went on a church trip to Australia some time ago, and it was so humorous to me that on this broad walk where we were walking around, I encountered a Jamaican woman. I would have never thought I would have encountered a Jamaican woman on that walk who is living there and has been there for a while. And as I walked around into some of the shops, I recognized that they were playing a lot of Jamaican music. People were coming up to me to talk about Bob Marley, which is pretty common. I'm sure many of you have probably experienced that before. But we actually are able to sell our own country by who we are and what we bring to the place. So it's not just one way, it's actually reciprocal. But in terms of a student's pathway and growth, this global learning exposes them to so many different languages, cultures, and learning how to really live somewhere else other than your own home. I can tell you that even having been in the US for some time now, I ache for Jamaica. So it's not like we even go away with the sense that we'd never come back. We all want to come back to Jamaica. We have a different love, a different understanding of our Jamaica. And we, as we're doing here, want to contribute so much more. We want to add back. So there's so much value. And when we do come back, what do we add to the society? So it's all around that there is value. So it's not that I'm selling it for everyone, but the fact it's an option. And for those parents who actually want their children to have that, then the school should support it because of the value it brings, not only to the individual, but to the society as a whole. So how do we prepare these students? It's important, I find, for the school to know, because our teachers in Jamaica, from the experience I had so far, where you're focused on fulfilling the ministry's guidelines and preparations for CXC and GSAT and all those relevant things. And when you're hearing that a student is going away and they are probably wanting to get recommendation letters from you. They're asking important information for themselves. It could be like a disconnect for you. But I think the more we start to recognize education overseas as an option for students, then it becomes, you embrace that as part of also the work that you take on with your students, that it could be their pathway. It's not necessarily just going to the local schools, moving on to UE and UTech or any other institution, CCM, that in fact overseas is a possible option, and they should be prepared for that. So teachers knowing the important factors that make their students successful for overseas, different from Jamaica, because there are different requirements, and to help them to support that. There are some principal things, of course, but there are also some very specific things because of the different way education is perceived in other systems. And while we tend not to, that's also from my memory, to review students' educational profile, all that data that represents that student. The fact is that a student report represents them, but it should not be a secret. They should know if this looks good or this looks bad from very early. So they understand that these are areas I need to work on, or this is not representing the way I think of myself. So knowing what is important to them, recognizing that they need to know in advance what they are looking like on paper, and supporting them to having that improved in important areas is one of the fundamental piece, and seem logical and almost like a no-brainer, but it's a matter of embracing that as part of the teaching work for our students in countries where students are going to probably go abroad to do further education. So what are those key data points on the educational profile for students who want to go away? Just like Jamaica, nowhere different, the academic standing. And in the academic standing, what does that look like? So those are their grades. And if some schools use GPA, that's very good. Other than that, there's conversion and their class rank, if we're still ranking, and if they have to take test scores, standardized test scores for the US. Now, the academic standing is particularly what we focus on in our education system, where our students are focusing on passing exams. So the preparation for exams is really key, and having students recognize that these results matter. They can't mess around if they plan to move on. Their results is going to actually make or break this possibility of choice for them. In addition, they have to have the extracurricular activities. The extracurricular activities shows their interests, their passion, where they spend their non-academic time, how they grow themselves a little bit more broadly. And because you're trying to get a full picture of who you are as a student to someone else, they want to see what else you do with your life. Are they in leadership roles? What are their civic duties? Are they in volunteer work? Are they in clubs, organizations? Have they taken on extra responsibility? Because those are indicators as to possible success in a foreign environment, because you have to really have some mindset, like I showed you before, a growth mindset, a strong mindset, that when you go away from your comfort zone, you can actually find anchor within yourself, because it can be a very rough road. Critical thinking skills, those things are important in how students interpret information, make inference, and apply it to their growth. So in the essays that are asked for in their application process, the questions or the essay titles are such to assess their critical thinking skills, so that within the compositions that they write at school or whatever, writing literature or writing work that they do, it's getting feedback on that for them in school is very important. And also who they are as a person. So their academic standing probably will reflect a good academic report for them, but what about their character? Are they, like the slide I showed, are they cooperative? Do they do good teamwork? Do they communicate well? Are they in good standing for behavior? Those are critical pieces that if you're thinking of going abroad, and it's not that you would not do it here for Jamaica, naturally, but because you're now putting yourself out there in another arena, you have to pay particular attention to ensure that, in fact, your abilities, your interests, and your personality, in addition to the academic standing that you have and the activities that you're participating in, reflects you the way that you want to have it reflected. So the approach that I'm proposing, and even in my research, this is where I stand in terms of how we support students. There are many ways in which in my Jamaican society, we sort of, it's more penal in its approach. We will say, why are you doing that? And we're a little hard on students and expect it to be inspiring. But new work, new research shows how much it plays on our psyche. And everyone likes to know how well they're doing. Everyone likes to know their strengths. When I heard Leslie reading Leslie Ann reading my bio, and I saw that my performance in the different areas, it felt good, and it is more inspiring. So, with teachers working to have students reflect themselves beautifully on paper, I believe that the approach should be strength-based, because it intensifies performance. I mean, once somebody knows that they can do something well, they get validated, they get good feedback. And even if they're not doing it that well, the feedback to have them even grow that skill some more, because they have it as a gift to begin with, perhaps, and it needs development. So to take that approach, because it also drives their growth once they recognize what their strengths are, which many of us are not that self-aware, and our students need that from our teachers. It fosters their self-esteem, their identity, first of all, is at risk when they go away from home. And if they leave here without that intact, in another country, especially if they find themselves in a situation where their biases against their race, their color, the fact that they're from another country, it destabilizes anyone. And at the end of the day, happy students, happy people, really, it's a more positive dynamic and ambience about life and how you go about life. So with all the factors of an educational profile and even understanding everything there is to do with students, at the end of the day, how you approach supporting the students, building their self-knowledge, and inspiring them to work harder and do better, I propose a strength-based approach. I'm sure everyone who, even if they're doing their performance appraisal, wants to hear how well they have done and how much they can improve, not in a framing of how badly you have done and what are the consequences for that. It just sort of saps the energy from you. So with that background, let me get a little specifics into the admission process itself. I'm sure by now there are so many students that have left Jamaica and have gone abroad that probably many teachers are already aware of the process, but they're always upcoming on new teachers, and things change. And there are slight changes now, but fundamental things are still in place. So what is entailed, I will go through them bit by bit, but it starts with, first of all, considerations for the students and families. There are tons of questions, concerns, wonderments, because they are exposed to television, exposed to probably other students who have gone abroad, and it sounds probably exciting. But is it right for you? Is it something you should take on? So I'm going to give you two examples using my own children. So I have a son and a daughter, and my daughter was doing very well in high school. She was also head girl at the time in her high school. So she had no reason to leave. She was at the top of her game, and she was very strong in the sciences. And at the end of graduation, she got the top prize. So, I mean, I wasn't going to have her leave high school at all. So when she said to me, Mom, I want to go to college abroad, I was a little frightened at first. Should she? I'm there thinking, no, she can continue in Jamaica. And because at that time I had not gone away to school myself. So She started that process. And simultaneously for my son, then the question came up, should we plan for him in the same way? But for him, it was different. He was actually not doing very well in the school system. He actually had intentions of dropping out of high school. Of course, as a parent, I was going berserk. So in his case, I decided to pull him out of the Jamaican high school and to find another system that best supported his type of learning. So my daughter went to college in the US and my son went to boarding school in the US. So it was right for them at different times. So really, it's not about the hype. It's not about the excitement. It's about, is it really right for the child? What direction? Is it a fit for them? And even then, where do you go? Are you going near or far? Now, I did not choose to focus on how near to family they are. Somehow that was never part of my psyche at the time. For me, it was a fit as to, does the school have a program that every day they get up, they will be happy going to school? That it is actually going to be home away from home, that I as a parent also feel like they're going to take care of my children. So those were more the lens that I looked through. I wasn't necessarily looking for Ivy League or anything like that. It was more about what value it would bring to them and their particular goal for their lives. And those are some of the ways in which you work through a fit or the rightness of that choice for students, different from money and other things like that. So what are the key benefits and advantages for that particular child? And then how and when to start the process. Now, in terms of also choice, country matters. It so happens that as a green card holder, my children were born in the US, so they were citizens of the US by birth. So it was easy for me to decide for that. And for other students I've worked with, once they're citizens or residents of a particular nation, it's best to go there because of the eligibility they have for attendance to certain schools and funding. When you're an international student, because you're a non-resident or a non-citizen, the cost is higher. The funding options are challenging. Getting visa, and with this COVID situation now, some countries will not take you from certain place. Right now, mark you, that will probably change. But in the short term, it is something that is definitely on the board, on the table for whether students are being taken from certain countries. So it's not that you shouldn't if you're not resident or citizens. There are ways to work it out, but just recognize that it does make a difference. And if you're a citizen of the US and choose to go to Canada, you can, which has happened in some cases, because the program that someone wants is at a school in Canada. So it really doesn't matter about understanding what you're going to have to deal with. So again, as we spoke about whether you choose to go at the time of high school or not, is whether it is a choice for you, but just recognizing that when you're going to high school from, especially like in the US, which is what I can speak to mostly, and Canada, we call high school in Jamaica from grade 7, but high school in the US and Canada starts from grade 9 and it goes from 9 to 12. And usually for transition period, say, for example, if they're in grade 9 in Jamaica, they will go to the US and start grade 9 there again, simply because the grade 9s are really very different and you need the transition for them to get used to the place, the different types of teaching style, the different way to interpret the material that they're now working with. So those are considerations to make, and it's not something to fight with. It's just something to work with, because at the end of the day, you want it to be a benefit for the student. You want a student to be able to really live that life away from you with as much peace and grace and success. And that's really the lens to use to make these very important decisions on a child's life. The application checklist for whether it's boarding school or whether it's college is pretty much similar. Once you have decided that, okay, I'm going to go to the States, for example, then you start thinking about what am I looking for in terms of program for college? It's also similar to boarding school, like what do they have there at the boarding school that would work for me? There are different options of boarding school. You have technical, you have special needs, you have a variety. And it's making a list of schools, not just out of your head. You could start there, but from a research of what it offers, and especially for college, does it have the program that you want? And also, is the program fitting for what you want? Some programs have exchange programs even abroad from the US. They also have different types of internships and projects that you may find exciting, and different schools may have the same program, but they carry them out very differently. So I put safe, match, and reach there for you to understand that you have to widen your options. And safe has to do with the ones you will likely get into. One, on your academic standing and your activities, and the fact that their selectivity may be much lower. And a match is like, it's more like, yeah, you meet all the requirements, but the competition could be stiff. And then reach are probably the dream schools you want to go, that Ivy League, that top school you want to go, but the selectivity is really, really low. Probably only 10%, 5% of students who apply to that school actually get in. But it could be you. So you put them all in, and you are, of course, obliged to fulfill the submission deadlines. I suggest that you use early decision if you know exactly where you want to go. Early decision locks you into, this is where I want to go, and once I get in, this is the school I'm going. And you can only apply to that school, and they respond to you by the 1st of December. Usually things, all exploration has to be done in terms of deadline dates every time you're going to apply to a college, but that's usually so. Such that if you don't get in, then you can actually move forward with your other applications. So you don't miss not applying to other schools by using early decision. You just pay attention to that particular one in the first instance, get a response from them one way or the other, and then you know what next step to take. In terms of early action, I like that one. It's similar to early decision, only that early action doesn't lock you into the school. If you do early decision and you get in, you're obliged to accept. Early action, you're not. They'll still respond to you by the first week of December normally, but you can apply early action to multiple schools. And then regular, usually those deadlines are more early January into February, or rolling, where it's just continuous deadlines, continuous submission times. But in terms of our process and you knowing where you are, I suggest, if you're clear, use early decision. Other than that, early action, and it takes a little bit more work from you, because usually those are submitted by the 1st of November. So your summer is over. You have to do a lot of work. And then where and how to submit different platforms. If you're applying to California schools, there's a particular California platform of application that you have to use. Other than that, it's Common App, or if it's high school, there's a certain platform that you use. So that's all sorted out in the process. It's a lot of work. So although I have this checklist, it may look long, but each of them have their own detail. Your transcript, we spoke about that earlier on, about knowing when you send off a transcript, what you're looking like on that transcript. Your standardized scores, if required nowadays, and in California, they no longer require SATs or ACTs for those colleges, but for other colleges, they're still required. So it depends on the college you're applying to. Your personal application essays, that's almost like a personal statement in some ways. Additional essays if you're doing rigorous application to Ivy Leagues, because they require more than one essays. Letters of recommendations are taken for some school, none for other schools, but pretty much if they don't, they're going to interview you, because they want to get to know you. And letters of recommendation is one way to get to know you, but they know sometimes persons, ask the right persons to write letters of recommendation, and sometimes it's just not enough to get to know a student. Your activity list, all your extracurricular activity, everything you do. Did you get a job, internship? How much time you spend on your sport? Did you engage in a research? And you pull that together on your resume, just like if you'd be applying for a job. And those are supplemental documentations. And of course, the dreaded funding options. Can you afford it when you get in? Do you need to apply for financial aid if you are eligible? Do you need to apply for scholarships if you're eligible? So this application checklist is really full. And for teachers, the specific actions for teachers is once a student or parents advise you that they're going to be moving on to education overseas, what should tick first is, okay, what are your reports looking like? What schools are you going to go? Let's review your transcripts to see if you need to work on something. So that's a level of support that is being proposed for teachers, instead of saying, oh God, I have additional work. Of course, teachers' work never done. We just always have to be supporting. I mean, look, the definition for teacher, the courage to teach, as Parker Palmer says. So in support of student success, this is one way of success. It's not just CXC, it's not just GSAT, it's not just all those local examinations. It's also, if they're going away, that is a part of success planning for them. Are they looking good on paper for overseas, for the colleges that they want to go to? Would you write a letter of recommendation? Can you write a letter of recommendation? Do you have concerns? Is it someone like, I don't want to write that letter of recommendation? And if you get asked, then you'd have to really try to have a conversation with the parents. And nothing should be coming out probably at this stage where students or parents don't already know. And it may need the help of principals or admin to help you if there are issues with the students and it's very difficult for the school to do a good letter of recommendation. There are also, technological ways of submitting transcripts and letters of recommendation. I've had students who I've worked with who have struggled to have these submitted online simply because the school is not so au fait with the technology, and there is some amount of resistance to getting it done. But it is such a critical factor for students if these are not submitted on time, that it actually can cause them not to be considered for admissions. So that's another way of supporting students that is done in a timely way. And, broadly, ask them, how can we help you so you can be successful in this venture? If you consider that overseas is part of the processing we do for children in developing nations like Jamaica, where we know that going to a country for another opportunity will really serve them. So in terms of also students and parents, don't overstress the teachers. Start planning at least 2 years in advance. And if it happens suddenly, that's a different thing. But if you think so, and you make your mind, like, for example, I had a student, he was at Campion at the time, and he came to me in grade, I think, 10, and he was going to sit his CXC in grade 11, as you know, and then he wanted to go off and go to high school or college. And because they came early, I was able to guide them. And he spent 2 years with me planning that. So we worked out the plan in how he's to make his transcripts were not looking good. His reports, it was not looking good. So all the things I told you about, I went through with him. And the parents had the right approach. They wanted it to work for him. And good story. It worked in a way that to date, he still WhatsApp me. And where is he at now? Finishing up his PhD at Yale. So not only did he go to an Ivy League college, he also moved right on to his PhD simply because the planning with his parents started early, and it was drafted in a way, and he did his work. He did the work. So it's important that it's not to recognize everyone plays a role. I suggest sometimes for visiting the school, mark you, one disadvantage to that is one, you can either also can't afford to go away, but two, also that you can visit the school and then end up falling in love with the school. And if you don't get in, you get disappointed. So really to visit these schools with an open mind. Now the visits may be harder, so you have to do it virtually, but not like being on campus, right? Attend school fairs. I'm not sure if we're going to have that much school fairs in Jamaica in summer as they normally do, but any information about the school, start finding out so that you can start differentiating the different types of options that you can explore. What it is like on daily life on campus. Many students, or some, well, it depends on the college or the high school. They invite you for an overnight or a weekend on campus. Take it up, because that's when you know what it feels like to be left there with people you don't know, in a place you don't know, and what it feels like to you. Or is it going to be home away from home? Do you think you'll manage? It's a good check. Ensure your program content is, which I think is probably the anchor. Are you excited about the program you're going to do? Because if you're going more for the social life, you might get disappointed. Recognizing first that you're going there for education, you're going there for a program, and if every day you'll get up and go to class, especially for college, there's no one to tell you to wake up. They treat you like an adult. If you don't turn up for class or you get a C, you just you probably could be expelled. For high school, it's a little bit different, but at the end of the day, your program should excite you, and through that excitement, then you'll probably fit better into the school community. And as I said before, plan to apply ED or EA to get, which is early decision or early action, to get an edge in, because schools love to know that this is a school this student wants to come. They're applying early, as in almost 3 months early than other students. They're serious. And that gives them an inkling of your level of interest in their school. And of course, not all schools will be able to help as possible. Not all parents will have the time, understanding, or effort. If you can't manage, I believe it's best to have an educational consultant help you with this process. That's their expertise. But sometimes, if you have already done it with your kids already, prior ones, you probably know what to do and can follow through. But get help, try it on your own. You probably miss some things unless you're really going to be committed to it as a parent, because it's not the teacher's work, but really your work with the support of teachers and school. So at the end of the day, for students to have successful admissions in their college of choice or dream, it's the student's interest, pursuit, guidance and support from teachers, parents, and the school. That's what gives them their admission success. So that's where I end my presentation. I'm thinking I'm just on time. And my contact number is there, my email is there, and I will take any questions if I have any. And I end here.
Okay, thank you so very much, Dr. Chin. This was really fabulous. I have to say that as you were going through the first part of your presentation, I reclassified your topic from expanding horizons to preparing students for success, because that's exactly what you were telling us about. And it's whether they're studying abroad or not, it was how to prepare students for success, understanding themselves, understanding their strengths. You know, it's so very often we don't tell children when they do something well, and then suddenly, you know, they hear, oh, they realize, oh yeah, I do that well. Maybe I should do more of that. And suddenly a passion is born.
Yes.
Because they realize that it's something that they may actually be really good at. So thank you very much. This was very informative. I also like the very specific step-by-step guidance. You know, this is really about a partnership between teachers, students, and parents.
Yes.
I think together, you know, that's how success really then can be effectively defined, because it's going to be different for every child, right? And so we kind of need to be prepared for that. So thank you very much for that.
All right.
I'm told that we have no questions. Since we're a little bit over, I suspect we have maybe lost a few, I think so, but not too many. But this was really very good. I hope that you'll
Okay,
share your
thank you.
presentation with us so that we can post it. There's something in the chat for me to look at. No, okay, we're all set. So thank you so very much. We appreciate you taking the time. Really good information. And I'm sure that our teachers and participants will contact you when they have that special student that they, you know, who has expressed an interest and they are not quite sure where to go. to get some assistance. So thanks again, much appreciated. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the close of day one of our Education Summit 2021, Teaching and Learning Reimagined. We have covered a fairly wide spectrum of topics today, starting with mindfulness, and then we talked a little bit about practical learning solutions from Samuel Nelson, and we talked about our diamonds in the rough, and met two really spectacular teachers who are at the very top of their game, and we heard about a higher education alternative at CCM, Catholic College of Mandeville, that I know we are all thinking about attending in the very near future. Thanks also to Doug Havens, who provided that wealth of alternative pathways information, which I found truly fascinating and so very useful. Because we all think of, it's high school, college. And I think there are some more options that we really do need to make available to our students. And then finally wrapping with expanding our horizons, because in fact, the world is our children's oyster, right? As they say, there are so many options that are available to our students these days. So to keeping ourselves inspired and informed helps us to help them, whether as a parent or as a teacher or both. So we're going to wrap for today, but let me tell you very quickly, we'll be starting once again at 1 o'clock Jamaica time tomorrow, 2 o'clock Eastern. We have another full day scheduled for you. One of the presentations that we had for this afternoon was rescheduled for tomorrow afternoon. We have a way that we can accommodate it and still come in within our time slot. So see, we know how to do this. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 1 o'clock Jamaica time, 2 o'clock Eastern. We'll be talking about mental health. We'll be talking about teaching students with autism. We'll talk a little bit about education policy. We'll be talking about mentoring for our students, sustaining the momentum of online training and teaching and learning. Okay, something near and dear to us all, as well as overcoming environmental stress. Always we're concerned about taking care of ourselves and each other. So those are some of the topics that we have scheduled for you for tomorrow. So we thank you very much for staying with us this afternoon, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for day 2 of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Taskforce Education Summit 2021, Teaching and Learning Reimagined. Have a great evening. Please stay safe and well, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good evening.